Our evening with James Lowe, and we will have a 1.5 hour talk from James. And I also would like to welcome warmly James, and I'm happy that he accepted our invitation to do a Zoom teaching this evening and tomorrow. Originally, it was planned that James wanted to come to Tibet House to do a live teaching, but as you know, this is not possible at the moment. But it's a beautiful opportunity that James is sitting in London and will talk to us this evening. And James Lowe is one of the rare acknowledged Western Dzogchen teachers with a profound education and experience in traditional Buddhist teaching and education, and also Western psychology and philosophy. And the topic of this evening is ground, path, and result, one of the basic teachings of Dzogchen. And James will tell us a little bit about the way how to proceed in Dzogchen to get into contact with our real basis of our profound existence, and how to proceed on the way to get to know to this. And if we are in contact with our ground, this is the result. So please, James, we are quite curious what you will have to tell us this evening, and I'm happy to welcome you and to listen to your talk.
Fun. Pleasure. So, hello everyone. We have our particular kind of connection in this situation. It's both strangely intimate and not intimate at the same time. So, living with paradox is also part of our path. What I'm trying to do is in Dzogchen, we are primarily concerned with simplicity and clarity versus the power of deluded imagination. Deluded imagination we usually translate as ignorance. Ignorance has two aspects. First is not being attentive to how it is, and the second is imagining that it is other than it is. So ignorance is both a turning away and a turning towards simultaneously, and I'll make clear how this is over the next time we have together. In this area of Dharma, of Buddhism, there are quite a lot of technical terms, and I try to explain them very clearly so we have some shared sense. So we have the ground, the path, and the result. The ground is the ground of everything, or the source of everything, or the base. It's translated in different ways. The word in Tibetan is ji, which just means like a foundation, or it can refer to the basis of the earth, the sa shi, the earth, which is the foundation that we are standing on. That would indicate that it's a metaphor suggesting building something. You build a house, you put the foundation, and then you construct on top. But as we'll come to see, it's not that kind of foundation. The base, in this sense, means perhaps more precisely the intrinsic, that which is there by itself, that which is inherent just as it is. Nobody has made it. It's not created by anyone. It has no beginning or middle or end. Moreover, it doesn't create anything. And as we'll see, this is something very important to be clear about, because it's very unlike what we have, for example, in Christianity, where you have a creator God. God creates the world. He makes these things. From the point of view of Buddhism, as we study, we see there is emptiness, and emptiness is not created. And because everything has the quality of emptiness, nothing is created, and yet we have appearance. So this is the ground of everything possible, anything you could imagine, but whether it's considered existing or non-existing. Without the ground, there would be nothing. And the ground itself is nothing. So what does nothing give rise to? It gives rise to everything. So again, we have a paradox. How can everything that we see, we look around, we see what's in our room, we see the streets outside, cars and so on, all of this somethingness has the ground of nothing. So Dzogchen is a way of coming to understand this very precisely. It's not very different from mainstream Buddhism, because the notion of emptiness is pervasive. Emptiness means ungraspability. It doesn't, if something is ungraspable, it doesn't mean that it's not there at all. It's nothing at all. It's just you can't get hold of it. Like the reflection of the moon in a pond, like a mirage on a hot summer's road, like a rainbow in the sky. You can't grasp any of these things, yet it's undeniable that they're there. And I'm going to describe this ground now in some detail. But I'll take a little detour first, which is to say we are used to a ground which is a false ground. This is the ground of I, me, myself. I exist. This is my body. These are my possessions. This is my life. This is how I live. When we go into inner experience, memories, plans, hopes, and fears, when we go out into the world and make choices about where we want to go, what we want to eat, and so on, the basis of this activity is this seemingly irreducible, seemingly just there-ness of me. I'm here. I'm just here. So from the point of view of Dzogchen, as we'll see, this is a false ground. This is where we get lost. And Dzogchen gives a very clear explanation of how this lostness occurs, not as a dogma to memorize. It's not something we have to believe. The explanation is designed to be like a slight tilting of the head. So you see more clearly, oh, so this is how it happens. And then you see for yourself, oh, this is how it happens. The key thing that we have to be very clear about is not to take up Dzogchen teaching as a belief system, which then we then project and impose on our world. The world is full of beliefs and ideas, religious ideas, scientific ideas, political, economic, and so on. We know what it's like to be wrapped inside a belief about something you're fond of, some particular artist, for example, or a musician, or some aspect of national identity, or a football team, or your favorite flowers. I believe that this is the most beautiful rose. In that way, when you believe in something and give yourself to it, it shines more. So this is a quality of how belief gathers energy, which creates a particular kind of illustration or even illumination to phenomena. This is our own mind. So I'm going to introduce the ground as it's described in this very famous evocation of Samantabhadra, the Kunzang Monnam, because in the first few lines of this, Samantabhadra, the primordial Buddha, sets out very clearly, this is our situation. So he's saying all the possible appearances of samsara and nirvana, means absolutely everything. Whatever you have ever learned and forgotten, what might be in other countries, if you imagine there are people living on Mars, anything at all. This coronavirus, all of this has the same ground as all the Buddhas, everything. All of these appearances have one ground or the same ground, but from this ground or source or base, there are two paths and two results. We can't say that the ground is just one thing, because it's neither one nor many. As soon as you say one or many, you're already able to apprehend it, to take hold of it and think, now I understand, now I've got something. But this ground is very slippery. We have to be clear from the beginning. Although I'm going to talk a lot and describe all these things, the truth of this can't be said. So the purpose of the talking is like a massage. It's just to give you a little bit more looseness and freedom, so you can not take yourself too seriously, not take Buddhism too seriously, and allow the flavor of the Dharma to flow through. This is the most important thing. So, the same source for everything, but two paths arise. In the third line, he says, awareness and unawareness arise like a magical display. A magical display could be like a rainbow in the sky, something you see, but it's not there. It's magic because you can't see a particular cause. If you want to make a cup of coffee, you go in the kitchen, you get the water, the cup, the coffee, however you like to prepare it in a percolator, and you have a chain of cause and effect. If you don't pay the gas bill, your stove is not going to work. So there are many, many factors that going into making a cup of coffee. Cause and effect, many chains. But when he says here, it's described as a chongtru, like a magician could cause you to believe something is there when actually nothing is there. So we're already into appearance and emptiness, illusion. Illusion means we see something, there is experience, but nothing really arrives, nothing substantial arises. So appearance without substance. So whether you are aware of the ground or not aware of the ground, neither is true. And this is very important. Neither is valid. From the point of view of ethics, this is important, because in Christian theology, there's always the problem. If God is good and God created everything, how come there's a lot of shit around? Who made all the bad things happen? So then you have to bring in the devil through the back door, some fallen angel like Lucifer, because God is good, but bad things happen. You can't square this circle. This is a big problem. Here, it's not saying that this source or ground or base is good. It just is. So from that sense, it is neutral. And we always have to remember, in Buddhism, neutrality or evenness or equanimity is very, very important, not bias. So good and bad, these are two polarities. From the Dharma point of view, evenness is more important, because evenness allows a panoramic vision. So on an outer level, when we say, may all beings be happy, this means may cruel, unkind people be happy. May selfish people be happy. May lazy, stupid people be happy. May the people who spend all day outside the Trinkhala be happy. May everyone be happy, whether they are hardworking or meditating or looking at pornography. May they all be happy. That is to say, my wish for your happiness is not dependent on your qualities. It's not the result. You haven't earned it. It's not a reward. So we want to keep that sense in our mind, because it means enlightenment is not a reward for activity. This is where the view of Dzogchen is very different from many of the other approaches that you find in the big family of Buddhism. That if you want to gain enlightenment, you have to have the accumulation of merit and the accumulation of wisdom. You have to spend many lifetimes in practice and helping other people. When you take the Bodhisattva vow, you promise in all my future lives, thinking of many, many lifetimes. So there's a big intention, because there is something to arrive at. Because bad is bad and good is good. Samsara is samsara and nirvana is nirvana. So I want to get out of the bad place and go to the good place. I'm going from one place to another. For example, Kalu Rinpoche used to say, if you want to practice Tantra, it's like going on an airplane. It will cost you more than going by train. So you have to have more merit and more wisdom, and you spend your accumulations in order to practice Tantra. So it's a sense of cause and effect. Here is not saying that. The source, the ground, the base has no intention. This is maybe quite a difficult idea, because we believe in intention. We believe the Dalai Lama has good intentions for all beings, that he is patient and kind and tolerant. We go to the doctor because we have a belief that they have an intention to help us. We go to the dentist with the hope that their intention is to solve problems with our teeth. So we believe in intentionality. So this ground has no intention. It's not like a God. And as we'll see, this relates to two things. One is stillness and the other is movement. Intention belongs to the direction of movement. And stillness has no movement. The mind in its purity is not going anywhere and it's not doing anything. This is the quality of awareness or Rigpa. So then he says, by the evocation of this prayer of Kuntuzambo, in the palace of infinite hospitality, may all beings awaken to full enlightenment. This means in the Dharma Dhatu. The Dharma Dhatu is the space or the openness or the unborn quality within which all dharmas are there. For example, when you look at the sky, you see a cloud. The cloud is in the sky. You don't find clouds outside of the sky. There has to be some kind of space or openness for a cloud. Even the steam from your kettle has to go up into the space. The cloud is inseparable from space. Appearances are inseparable from emptiness or the unborn nature of the mind. These are all technical terms. We shouldn't grasp at them as saying they mean something definite. They are all ways of trying to think, not grasping, but allowing, trusting. The path of Dzogchen is about ease, relaxation, trust. It's not about striving. If you have done your 100,000 prostrations, you know a lot about striving. You know a lot about pushing through when the body's tired and so on. And then you have to do your bodhisattva vow. Then you have to do your mandala, which for most of us is like walking across the Sahara Desert. So there are many, many kinds of striving involved in different schools of Dharma. This is concerned with the intrinsic, that which is already there. So it's very important to see this from the beginning. Otherwise, confusion can arise. We have to remember, according to the system used in the Nyingmapa and Kajupa in particular, there are 9 yanas, or 9 main vehicles of Dharma, each with many subsections. It's not just one thing. It's not a simple monotheistic belief. There's a plurality of possibilities. And each of these opens a vision. For example, if you go to an art gallery and you see a modern sculpture and you can walk around it, the whole of this thing in the room is the sculpture. You look from this point of view, you look from that point of view, another point of view. You could take 100 different views of the sculpture. Each is valid, but none of them catches it, because a sculpture is uncatchable for us with our 2 eyes and our embodiment. So if you have that sense, then the thing to do with the sculpture is to enjoy this view. Oh, looking in this way, this is what I see. Walking a little bit around, then, oh, this is what I see. So if we're reciting this Sukhavati Kshetra Sutra and we want to be born in Dewa Chen with Buddha Amitabha, please take me to this wonderful place where everything is perfect, life is very easy. That's a particular view. If we do a mandala meditation with a lot of visualization and mantra and offerings, that's another view. If you're doing shamatha and vipassana, that's another view. So it's very important to be clear. There are many approaches. So don't mix up the different approaches. So again, going back, the view from Dzogchen is that everything possible, all dharmas, everything in samsara and nirvana is already within the infinite space of completion. When, through recognizing that, may all beings awaken to full enlightenment. This is very important. The way you awaken is by seeing how it is. The way you get lost is by imagining how it is. The difference between seeing and believing. So there are many, for example, vipassana is translated in Tibetan in terms of looking. It's called hlaktong. It's like the best way of looking. So when you do a vipassana, even a general vipassana body scan, and you're going up and down, checking out what's arising and passing in the body, you begin by looking. How is this? You don't begin by assuming this is my body, I know what's in my body, I have a pain in my shoulder. You leave all of that on one side and you just look. You scan up, you scan down, just looking. So looking is very important in Buddhism. Looking brings clarity, it brings closeness to how it is, and imagining, assuming, and believing, this is how we construct the barriers which cut us off. So now he describes more precisely how the ground is. And he's talking about it as the kunji. Kunji, or the alaya, is a term used in different schools. Here it means the source or basis of everything. In the first point, Samantabhadra says, Kungijini dumache, this ground is uncompounded. It hasn't been put together. My shirt has been put together. There was cloth, and in the factory it was cut, and then the sewing machine stitched it. They stitched the arms on, they stitched the collar on. The shirt is a compound. My watch is compounded. It's made of little pieces because it has glass in the back. I can see the pieces moving around. Everything you see is a compound. The building you live in, cars on the road, food that you eat, everything is brought together. So even if you have a carrot, you might think, oh, this is what I went to the good shop and I got organic carrots. This is completely organic. But it has water. Without water, the seed wouldn't have been able to sprout. And the water it took is the water from the soil, which brings some minerals and chemicals into the carrot. The carrot is compounded. Everything we see is compounded, but this ground is uncompounded. So if you have been studying in general Buddhism and you've looked at the 5 skandhas, the 5 aggregates or heaps, the 4th of these is called the compounded or brought together or gathered. And that's how this sense of our being a human being comes together, because we make a composite. We gather different elements, we bring them into a situation, and then it seems to be there. Sometimes it's just things placed together. For example, if you're making a salad, you might have some tomato, some Parmigiano, and tomatoes and so on, and you put them all, and you put some dressing, and you might stir it a little bit. Each thing is still separate and you can see it. Or you might take some of these ingredients and put them in a pan and cook them together, and then they dissolve and they merge. Both, in a sense, are compounded. Because even although you can see the ingredients of the salad, you bring it through the word salad into your mind. Oh, this is a Caesar salad, so it will have that kind of dressing on it. Or this has a vinaigrette. So how there are many, many kinds of salads. These are all compositions bringing together. Our body is like that, except ours is a little bit more cooked. The base is not made. It's not made. So the second term, he says it's Rangjung. Rang means self or intrinsic or effortless, and Jung means to arise, to appear, to be. So Rangjung means self-occurring. Nobody has done it. Nobody has done it. It isn't made by anyone, and it doesn't make anything. Although it is the ground or the source or the basis of everything in samsara and nirvana, it's not a big mega factory. It's not making samsara, and it's not making nirvana. Both of these are intrinsically illusory. They are like magical formations. So self-occurring means it's just there. Thirdly, it's Longyang. This means infinite. What we know about is the finite. Your body is finite in terms of size and weight, and also duration. All of us have been born and we're heading towards death. We don't know when death will come. The amount of money we make in life is finite, even if you're very wealthy. The number of possessions you have is finite. That is to say, we can give an account of our existence. So you might have 10 books in your house or 2,000 books, depending on whether you're into literature. You might have 2 pairs of shoes, or you might have 100 pairs of shoes if you really like shoes. You might have 3 perfumes or just 1 favorite perfume, or you might have 10 different perfumes. Some people use perfume according to the occasion. to give them a sense that they might belong. Other people use a perfume as a way of saying, this is me, this is my scent. Now I feel at home if I have my perfume. So in that way, we can see that our life is finite. Everything has a shape, a beginning, a middle, and an end. Longyang means without any measurement. It's vast, it's immeasurable, it's beyond comprehension. The mind cannot grasp hold of it. It slips out of any category. When I was younger, I went out in the North Sea on a fishing boat for a long tour, and the boat goes right out near Iceland, and the waves were very, very high, huge, terrifying. The waves that go right over the deck, and you're tied on with a chain so you don't get washed away. And all you see is just this rolling sea and rolling sea. You don't see anything else. You don't know what's north, south, east, west. It's just water and water. That's it. Gives you a flavor of infinity. You don't have your bearings. If you swim out in the sea and you turn around and you see the beach and everyone playing, and then you turn back and you swim out, oh, I'm heading for infinity. But I want to know where the finite beach is, because I don't want to drown and get washed away. But this is infinite, means no limit, no edge. When our body is always with some kind of edge, we're either standing or sitting or lying in bed or in the bath or the shower, our feet are resting on something, or our bum is resting on something, or our back is resting on something. We stand in relation, and whether it's our shoes or our chair or a car seat, this contact with the other confirms this is my body. The chair is not me, but because I'm linking with the chair, my body goes into a particular posture. I am finite. But what Samantabhadra is showing is the basis of our own mind, because when he's talking about the ground, this is not some sort of cosmological theory. This is our ground. This is the source of each one of us. Each person has the same source, which is infinity. And this is not some long, long ago historical source. It is the actual source, which is here moment by moment. Everything we say, that we do, where we walk, where we go, is always movement within the sphere of infinity. So the source is infinite. And as we get more into the teaching, you start to see what this means in terms of meditation practice and daily life. Then this fourth quality of the ground is Jodume, which means inexpressible. So again, you're going to have something paradoxical. James said it's inexpressible, but he keeps talking and talking and talking. How is this possible? Well, because although it is inexpressible, we use communication, because we are in a human body, to get some proximity, some closeness to this. So the words are like an adjusting massage. It cannot be expressed directly, but we're using the description not as a map about something else, but as a way of bringing ourselves into connection. Inexpressible. So you can think, oh, look around your room. Is there anything in your flat or your house which is inexpressible? Maybe you have a flower, maybe an orchid. You know the name orchid, but if you really look at the orchid, it's kind of so beautiful, but so strange. It's like your mind kind of collapses when you look at the flower. The more you receive the flower, the more ungraspable it appears. Because the presence of the shape, the color, perhaps the scent, it's excessive. It's beyond whatever a word could be put onto it. And then you think maybe of your parents, even if they are dead now, think how your mum was. You can say something about your mother. If you're interested, you go to therapy, you can talk about your mother for 20 years. You can go twice a week, 3 times a week, and there's always something more to say about your mother. But you never get to the end of your mother. There's always more. How is this? Because you can't catch your mother. You can't catch your father, your brother, your sister. You can't catch yourself. But we are used to thinking that things are catchable, that shoes are definable, that motor cars are definable, that we always can say something about something. So this is a vital thing to be clear about. You can tell the flower what it is. You can say, you are a mountain orchid. This species of orchid was first found in Sichuan province in China, and it's been available in Europe for the last 50 years. Whatever you can, if you're into horticulture, you can learn all these things, and now you know all about this orchid. So you have a huge mass of information. Now you look at the orchid. Stumm, don't say anything, don't think anything. Receive the orchid. The more you receive it, the less you can say. If you tell the orchid what it is, you won't see it. But if you really see the orchid, it's full and it doesn't need your words. It is. When you look at the baby's face, people always want to say something about the baby, but if you just look at the baby's face, really look, you go silent. There's nothing to say. It's amazing. And that's the same for children. It's the same for middle-aged people, the same for old people. If you really look, if you receive, if you stay in contact, the vitality of the contact brings a silence to the mind. And this is at the heart of meditation. So, inexpressible is indicating a quality of intimate connectivity. It's essentially the quality of non-duality. So, for example, most of you know, I would imagine the Heart Sutra, when we say form is emptiness, emptiness is form. So I have here a teacup. The teacup is something, it's in my hand, it's got some cold tea in it. The cup is made, it's quite an earthy kind of clay that's been used, a rough clay, so it's quite heavy in itself. So I can say a lot about this. I can tell you where I bought it, how long I've had it, and so on. But if we just look at it, the way the paint has been applied in quite a quick, carefree way, a generous way, the more we look, the color, you go into the color, and you're receiving. And as you're receiving, you become quiet. If you're not receiving the cup, if you're telling the cup, if you're projecting onto the cup, your mind can be quite busy. So this is a very important movement to become aware of. When the mind is moving, everything is graspable. Everything becomes finite. When the mind is not moving, when it's in open receptivity, everything becomes infinite. So we in this time that we have together, we're going to spiral around these ways of understanding and visit them from different points of view so that it becomes hopefully more vital and immediate for you. Then the fifth quality of the ground that Samantabhadra says, it's it's beyond being labeled as either samsara or nirvana or both or neither. Means it cannot be, no name can be pinned onto it. Whatever you say about it is telling you about you and not about it. If somebody says, I don't like cabbage. Cabbage is horrible. Cabbage is horrible means you don't like cabbage. It doesn't tell you about the cabbage. It tells you about you. This is the best chocolate. That tells you about the person speaking. It doesn't tell you about the chocolate, because it means this is the best chocolate in the world for me. For me. So this is very important to see. When we name things, when we seem to be describing an objective situation, I've got this nailed down. I'm speaking very precisely about this. This is how it is. This is me talking about me. I'm showing you some patterning of my thoughts, my interpretations, my emotions, my likes and dislikes. The object doesn't exist. The object is a game the subject plays. And the subject doesn't exist. The subject is a game that the ground plays. So whatever opinions you have, maybe about Mr. Trump, maybe about European politics, maybe about Brexit, there are many things we can have opinions about. They are opinions. What is an opinion? The movement of the mind, a patterning of thought. In Europe, there are many, many big questions at the moment about climate change and responsibility and so on. Now again, we have a conflict where the Armenians are being killed. This is a hot topic. This is a difficult topic. Who wants to say to Turkey, stop supplying weapons to kill the Armenians? You've already killed millions of the Armenians. Leave the people alone. Do we hear this? Is this ringing out loudly from every nation? No. And they're not very far away. No. We are a democratic people. We are good people with a good heart, but we also make weapons which we sell to other countries. But we believe in peace. We want to export democracy to the world and sell guns as well. Hypocritical, paradoxical, complex. This is so important to see. We want it to be simple, but we are not simple. We are at crossroads of many contradictory ideas. So when he's saying here, you can't catch the ground in terms of samsara and nirvana, this is an invitation also to look at yourself. If you had to give a story of your life, how you have lived, what you believe in, if you really keep looking, you see, oh, there are many aspects and they don't quite fit together. I am divided against myself. I live in contradiction. Oh. So maybe I shouldn't be so confident that I really know how it is. So when we study texts like this, we are also studying ourselves always. This is what this is about, is to say, be careful with language. Don't think that you can take big terms like Buddha and the Dharmakaya and throw them. You know what you're talking about. The danger is always you create a fantasy object, a creation of your mind. What we have to do is to observe the process of speaking. So in Tantra, I say, all sound is mantra. You do the mantra recitation, the visualization, you dissolve the visualization. You do the offerings and so on, and then you have to see everything is illusion. Everything is the body of the deity. All sound is mantra. Everything which arises in your mind is the movement of Tara's mind or Chenrezi's mind or whoever's mind. This is all ways of saying, don't solidify, don't objectify, keep it loose, keep your hands open and loose. When your fingers are loose, you can do so many different things. When you apprehend something, when you take hold of it, your hand is now the slave of what you caught. So this is the same with the mind. When the mind catches hold of a dogma, Republican, Democratic, whichever political party, economic theory, Christian sect, Buddhist grouping, now you become a prisoner. Now you become finite. The mind is fluid and open. The body should be soft and pliable. The mind easy, relating, and able to move. So this is what he's saying. This is the source. The source is not something fixed, not something dead, not an object. It is an ungraspable presence. Then he says, awareness as this suchness is Buddhahood. Means if you see the suchness or the thisness, the immediacy of how it is, this itself is Buddha. If you see the ground, this is Buddha. However, if you are marig, if you are avidya, if you are not aware of how this is, then you are a sentient being wandering in samsara. So all sentient beings imagine that their ground or their base or their source is themselves. You might think, oh, I come from God, I came out of my mother's body, I come from my DNA and RNA, or I am just myself. These are all false grounds. These are theories of interpretations of a source for who I am. You might think I am a creature of my culture or my education or my gender. You might think I'm a woman, I am a woman, or I am a man. This is what I am. This is who I am. For a while. Next life, maybe you're a duck or a snail or a snake. It could be anything. You don't know. And if you do Tonglen and you're taking all the sufferings of all sentient beings, then you're also transforming yourself into different kinds of experience. So what he's saying clearly is the source of sentient beings is not to see the source. The source of all Buddhas is to see the source. So the source is vital. The ground is vital, and this ground is our own mind, because the ground or the source is not different from the awareness that sees it. So for example, I can put my hand up and now I'm looking at my hand. I see my fingers. I, the subject, am looking at my hand, the object. Now you could say the mind of James and the hand of James, this is in one James. So James is looking at his own hand, at himself. But when I look at my hand, I'm seeing it both as subject because I can feel the sensation inside the hand as mine. I recognize that as indicating my hand. And simultaneously I think, oh gosh, that's a hand. Look how it is. I don't often look at my hand. So now it's an object. So subject and object is pulsing across. Both of these are false identities. They are based on the capacity to conceptualize. They are not naked. They are not the simple actual. They are not uncontrived because they are interpretations which I make and which I have learned to make in the course of my life. Fish don't make interpretations like that. They're still in samsara. This is why we as human beings are very privileged, because how we are in samsara is not like a cow or a goat or a cat. We are able to have experience and to review our experience. We are able to be mindful in a way that a cat isn't. The cat can be mindful in the garden, waiting for the bird, ready to move if the bird is catchable. So in that sense, it's mindful of an object. But we can be mindful of the process of our own becoming. So this is very important, because that kind of mindfulness is bringing you close to what is meant by awareness. This term Rigpa in Tibetan, or Vidya in Sanskrit, is important to be clear about. It has, in Dzogchen, it has a very specific meaning. The word Rigpa can have many meanings in Tibetan language. It can mean one of the 5 sciences, for example, architecture or medicine. It can mean knowing, but in Dzogchen, it always means non-dual awareness. That is to say, not subject-object awareness. So when you go to school, you have to pay attention to the teacher and learn something. You have to take what they're saying in through your ear and allow it to sink into your memory so that you also can speak it back to the teacher. So I say, oh, who knows what we've been looking at today? Oh, me, I know. So the child is very happy. Now I have internalized this information. I now have this knowledge. I am a subject. At first, the knowledge was like the object coming towards me, but I internalize it. And now I am a subject able to use information and knowledge. So I'm becoming a bigger person. And each stage of your education, as you become more skilled in internalizing, repatterning information, you get more power in the world. You can take on different tasks. You have more confidence. You become rounded as a person. All of this is what we call consciousness, Vijnana or Namparshepa. It means I know something. I know something. It could be, I know when the post office closes. I know that there's not much food in the fridge, so I need to go to the shops. It means I know the dates of my children's birthdays. It could mean all kinds of things that I know. But it always has the sense there is a subject and an object and a verb linking them together. So it's talking about aboutness. I know about flowers, or I know about bicycles and how to repair a burst tire. I know about cooking. I know what to do with different kinds of vegetables. Probably it's better to steam broccoli. If you boil broccoli, it gets a bit soggy, but if you steam it, then you get that nice al dente crunchiness. Oh, that's gorgeous. So now I know how to cook my broccoli. So in that sense, you have a subject and an object, the broccoli, and the verb, which is the active knowledge of the cooking. So this is consciousness, a subject that knows something about an object. I know what to do with the object, how to relate to the object. This is not awareness. Awareness is a capacity of illumination of what is occurring. It is like a light going on. It's often compared to the sun in the sky. The sun shines, the rays of the light shine out, and they illuminate everything. Without light, we would be in the dark. We wouldn't see anything. In the morning, when the sun is coming up, you get the first light of dawn, and then the sun comes up over the houses or over the mountains, and then you have a direct illumination and you have the brightness. Before you tell the world what it is, the world is illuminated. Now, most of us are so intelligent that we are really stupid. That is to say, our intelligence rushes forward and says, oh, that's the church. That's the house where the old lady lives. That's the car that was stolen last year. So as soon as something is appearing, we rush in, putting our label, stamping it with, I know, I know, I know. So we know this word Mahamudra. Mahamudra means the great seal. It means don't seal the world with the names of objects. The Great Seal is not sealing anything. The Great Seal is revealing everything by not sealing it inside. It's a car, it's a red car, it's my friend's car. As soon as you put this onto the object, you become in the prison. You feel big as an ego self. I know this, but you become very small because now you're just sitting inside the palace of what you know, and it's not much. But if you see and receive the revelation of everything which is present, that's a very different experience. So awareness is like, it's free of subject and object. So it's a kind of joint, it's not really a jointing, it's a kind of the co-emergence of revelation and illumination. When the sun comes up, the mountain is illuminated and revealed at the same time. As soon as there is an illumination, there is a revelation. Illumination, revelation together. I hope that makes sense. This is a funny thing about talking on the Zoom. I can't see you, so I've got no idea if this is making any sense to you or not. It makes a lot of sense to me, so I'm happy, but maybe you're having a bad time. So if so, I'm very sorry. So revelation and awareness together. Illumination and revelation. This is the meaning of Rigpa. It doesn't mean solving a problem. It's not a cognitive activity. It is pre-conceptual clarity. It's a clarity that comes before you start thinking about things. Now, clearly, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't think about things. You have to think about things. You have to know when the post office closes. You got to send a letter, it's a difficult one, you want it registered and insured, so you need to know when the post office closes. Chogyam Trungpa said, if the mind of the Buddha was just open like space, then every hospital would need to have a Buddha ward, because as soon as you got enlightened, you would be incapable of leading your life and you just lie in bed all day with the oxygen supply. So you have to be able to function in the world. The difference is that the Buddha is able to see that the movement is the movement of the ground. Every movement is the movement of the ground. This is, as we'll come on to see, this is the radiance of the ground, like the radiance of awareness. We think, I am going to the post office. Oh, I have to hurry up because it's going to close. So we have an internal dialogue shaping and directing what we do and how we are. So very important to be clear, this is consciousness and what it does. It's not bad, but it has a limited remit, a limited capacity. And this is awareness, it's very different, because we're going to be talking a lot about awareness. So for example, if this virus lifts and you can go back to a nice place for holiday, you're on maybe, I don't know, on a little Greek island, and you're just going for a little walk. You're not in a hurry to get anywhere. And you walk a bit, then you stop and you look around. And you just look, because you don't know the names of the plants or anything. You see that there is the sea, some boat on the sea, some cloud in the edge of the sky, some smell. Everything is coming to you. This gives you a little flavor of what is awareness. You're not working it out. You're not turning the situation into a problem. You're just, oh, wow, like glinting on the sea. Oh, it sort of empties your mind out, but you still see. So you have the revelation, but you're not doing anything with it. So that gives you some indication of awareness. Then he says, may all beings in the three realms be aware in the truth of the ineffable base. The base, the source, you cannot say it, but may everyone be aware inside the truth of it, not aware of it. Because as soon as you say, I want to be aware of my Buddha nature, I want to be aware of my mind, you've already introduced the paradigm of subject and object. This is why these texts say again and again, stumm, you can't say it, you can't speak it. As soon as you start to conceptualize it, you tear the world into subject and object, inside and outside, good, bad, right, wrong, I like, I don't like. The polarities start mushrooming out. So that's why I translated it as be aware in the truth. So you awaken into the truth. You're not aware of it as something out there, but the truth comes to you. For example, if you have a bath and you put the water in the bath, you might test the temperature with your hand, but then you get in. And the skin on the other parts of your body has a different sensitivity to your hand. So you have the truth of the temperature of the water in your body. Oh, bit hot. So it's direct and immediate, and you got it, yeah? So this is the sense of the non-dual. I'm not thinking about it. It comes, it's like an instant intuitive presence. And we'll look at this more. So now I look a little bit at the ground from another description, because in the Tibetan literature, there are thousands of texts describing the ground. And each author brings out slightly different flavors. Why? Because you can't describe it. You can't describe it. Each one is doing their best to present a little bit how it was. So the Tibetan example for this is that if there is somebody who has lived in a country where they don't have anything which is sweet, and they ask someone who comes from a country like India where there are mangoes and all kinds of sweet fruits, they say, what is sweet? The person says, oh, it's in your tongue, it's in your mouth. When you eat something sweet, you go, person, I don't understand. I don't understand. So they can explain and explain. I don't understand. So then you take a little piece of sugar and you put it on the person's tongue. Oh, that's sweet. Okay, now you know what is sweet. Tell me what it is. I don't know how to. So this is the meaning of direct experience. You have the taste, but you can't say what it is. What does a lemon taste like? How do you know that this make of coffee is better than that? Well, it just tastes great. What do you mean it tastes great? Well, I can't say anything. So this is why you get many different descriptions, because everybody is trying to say the unsayable. But for us, this is important because the way the Dzogchen teachings came into the world, as many of you know, the first transmission was from the mind of this primordial Buddha, Samantabhadra. And Samantabhadra is just sitting, just completely open and relaxed. Also present is Vajrasattva. So Vajrasattva means like Vajra being, indestructible being, means like the sky. He is like completely pure, completely open like the sky. And Samantabhadra is also no real difference between them. And so their minds have no barrier. There's not one finite Buddha here, one finite Buddha there. They are instantly, immediately connected. So this is the first transmission. This is called the transmission of the Buddha's mind. Then from this, you have the symbolic transmission, in which there is a gesture. So Buddha Samantabhadra is usually depicted naked, and he's got his hands in his lap. They're just relaxed there. He's not doing anything. Vajrasattva is holding a Vajra and a bell. He has a bell on his left thigh, and the Vajra is in front of his heart. So this is a gesture which symbolizes something. So if you see that image, if you were to meet Samantabhadra and he made this, which is the root of all the mudras, you get something. And this is the symbolic transmission. It's not, it's a non-conceptual transmission of how it is. You wake up on seeing that. Out of compassion, Garab Dorji, who did understand the symbolic transmission, he manifested into this world, but he realized people don't directly get how they are, because they are locked inside their concepts. And so he gave the transmission, which is described as coming through your ear hole. Means it's an oral transmission with words. And because we are used to words, we have a transmission. But unfortunately, words are linked to concepts, and concepts are always interpreted. So although Garab Dorji speaks very clearly, and we'll look at what he taught a little bit later, when we hear it, it gets a little bit bent by our understanding. When you study Dharma, you learn about the three-pot faults. That when you're studying Dharma, you shouldn't be like an upturned pot. You should let the teaching inside. You shouldn't be like a pot with a hole in it so that what you hear just drains out of you. And you shouldn't be like a pot with dirty food in it, because if the old rotten food is mixed with the new fresh food, you get something not very good tasting. So this third pot fault is difficult. How do you clean your pot so that your own memories and understandings and opinions and judgments don't get mixed in with the Dharma? This is almost impossible, I would suggest, because we have a lot of education, and that can be useful or it can be a problem. Namkhai Norbu Rinpoche, who died just recently, he always said teaching Dharma in the West is very different from in Tibet, because Western people have a lot of education, they have a lot of experience of life in different ways, so their minds tend to be quite quick and be able to link across many things. This is a real advantage, but it can also be a problem, because thinking is linking, and so we build up patterns. And the question is this pattern, does it have a true, authentic Dharma vibration? So in this third transmission, when the Dharma is taught through language, we have to receive it, if possible, in a sense, without thinking. So Namkhai Norbu always used to say, when he was teaching, don't take any notes. Anyway, the teaching was recorded, so you could hear it again. But that wasn't the main point. The main point is, as soon as you take notes, you're in selectivity. You say, oh, this is important. Oh, I need to write that bit down in case I forget. So instead of there being the flow, you picking and mixing and making your own pattern. The flow is important because, as Samantabhadra said, everything arises from the same source. Awareness and unawareness have the same source. Fundamentally, unawareness is not bad and awareness is not good. There is no difference between them. If you see that, your mind will collapse. Salt and sugar are the same? No. Yes. Taste. What is sweet? What is salty? Same. Huh? So this is the key point. Don't discriminate. Don't enter into judgment. Don't allocate value according to your family culture, your national culture, your educational culture, your work culture, your sexual orientation culture, your gender culture. We have so many biases and say, from my point of view, this is important. As a heterosexual white middle-class man, I want to say this. Doesn't mean very much. It's just an opinion. So Dharma transmission, we always try to go beyond opinion into the flow of sound and emptiness, sound and emptiness, sound and emptiness. So that's the nature of the transmission and why we have many different texts which indicate this truth in different ways. So this is from a Lama called Chetsamba. He says this is a difficult term. It's called Neluk. Ne means to stay or to abide or to settle. And look means the style or the fashion. It means like how it is in itself. And when you don't get it, how it is, then you have the way of bewilderment. So if you like, this is the way of clarity. This is how it is when you see just how it is. This is the source he's talking about. This means your own mind, sitting here, wherever you're sitting, whatever you see around you, however you feel in your body, whatever you think of yourself as a good person, bad person, whatever, your own mind, the mind itself, not the busy functioning of your consciousness, but this intrinsic awareness, the brilliance of your mind, this is primordial. It's there from the very beginning. It's just there. It's uncontrived. It's not created. Each of us has a personality. That personality develops in your family when you're young, according to parents, siblings. If your parents are supportive or drunk or crazy, it develops how you can manifest in your body. That is contrived. The personality is contrived. Contrived means it's made, it's artificial. It's made by art, by doing, by shaping, by making. You've come into your shape. If you grew up with brothers and sisters, the big question is, how come I'm not like them? How is this possible? We're so different. Oh, it's because you are contrived, because you are compounded. You've adapted through this positioning of different aspects. And effortlessly arising. In Tibetan, this is Lundrup. It means like instant presence or instant manifestation. This is our mind. It's pure. So this is primordial purity. It's never contaminated, never mixed with anything. Just here, open, fresh, and it's effortlessly arising. Everything comes at once. What you see around you, what you hear, what you taste, the taste in your mouth, the pain in your back, how your feet are, I need to take my shoes off, whatever is arising for you is just here. just here. You turn your head, just here. You turn your head, that, just here. Everything is instant. So when you look through your senses, you're not building up a picture. You're not using pixels to create some kind of impression. All at onceness, immediacy. So that's what this is meaning. Your mind from the very beginning is instantly filled. When you look for your mind, you can't catch it. It's empty, but it's full, empty and full. Primordial purity and instant presence, or effortlessly here. These two are not two different ideas, they are inseparable. So this is something we can be aware of. When we'll end in about 10 minutes time, and then you get up and do something. Maybe you eat, or you talk to someone, or you go to the toilet. Whatever you're doing, every movement of your body, there is a new revelation. You open the door, you go out into the corridor. It's there. Now, from an ordinary material point of view, you think, I'm here and it's my flat, so I know which room is where, and I know the layout, and I know, and now you're in your mental construction. Just relax a little bit and allow the co-emergence of experience. Don't split it into I, the subject, see this about the object. I know where I am, it's my flat. Relax from that. Oh, moving, revealing, moving, revealing. The pulsation that as the body is moving, what is seen arises in front of us. So that is the, if you look for yourself, you see that you live in a world of revelation. Moment by moment, everything is revealing itself. Then you go out of your flat, you start to walk in the street. You can't know what's going to be there. You might know what's in your flat, but once you're out in the street, cars are parked in new patterns. Someone's out with giving their dog a late night walk. People on the street, look how they walk. This is showing to you. Everything is a showing. Showing means light. Light is shining. You're in a world of light. What you see is light. What you believe you see is interpretation. Stay with what you see. That is immediate. That is primordial. That is first. Your interpretation comes after the fact. But because we are so skilled in interpretation, we merge interpretation onto perception, and the two seem to be completely fixed together. So it's very difficult for us to pull our thinking back. You don't have to do that. The visual appearance is arising, the conceptual appearance is arising. These are movements together. Their interplay is your conceptual understanding of what's happening. So the more you relax and the more you allow them to move, they just very gently show the pas de deux. This is an interplay. The thought is not first. The perception is slightly ahead of the interpretation, because you have to interpret something. You have to, oh. Relaxing the mind, being at ease, then you see, oh, this and this and this and this. The concepts are also there, but this came first. So that is very important. For example, you look in a mirror, you see your face. No, you see a reflection. The reflection is in the mirror. You interpret the patterning of the reflection as your face. What you see is illumination inside this frame of the mirror. You see shape and color. You see pattern of color. That's what you actually see. You interpret it. So we know that in general Buddhism, we talk about the 8 consciousnesses. Each of the senses has its own consciousness, eye consciousness, nose consciousness, and so on. Then we have the 6th consciousness, our mental consciousness, which takes that raw information from the senses and cooks it a bit, so you come to a conclusion. Then the 7th consciousness is the consciousness of the afflictions, the mixed emotions, the mental dullness, aversion, desire, jealousy, pride, and so on. Many different flavorings which come into your perception. And then the 8th consciousness is it's called the alaya vijnana, the ground of all consciousness. But the ground of all for this consciousness is not the same as this ground that we're talking about in Dzogchen. It's more like a kind of receptacle that holds all the possibilities. So it's the consciousness which is the ground of all dualistic perception. It's talking about dualism. So these 8 consciousnesses operate very, very quickly. And that's what gives you the sense that I'm seeing something. When you look in the mirror, you're not seeing anything. A reflection is not a thing. The reflection is very precisely appearance and emptiness, is illusion. It's just color in a mirror. But I know this is my face. Oh, I'm seeing my face. I'm seeing an image of my face. I can never see my own face directly. I have to look in a photograph or a painting or a mirror. But I recognize this is my face. The object confirms the subject. So this is how our life in samsara is. The reflection is the truth about me. I feel from the inside something about my face, but now I look in the mirror, oh my God, oh, I look so tired. How is this possible? So that is me. Yes, something quite amazing to say. That is me. That is not you. But that is me in the sense, I, me, myself. Me, if you like, is the object vibration. I is the subject vibration. He said that to me. I received his comment. I was the object that he was speaking about. He said, James, why did you do that? I don't like it when you do that. Oh my God. He was speaking to me. I was the object addressed by he who was in that moment the subject. I didn't like what he said to me. I, the subject, don't like being the object onto which he is sticking these negative remarks. This is very important. The inner duality is between I and me, self as subject, self as object. When you talk about self as object, you can tell a story about yourself, where you're from, your favorite food, the best holiday you ever have, all kinds of things. There's always a lot to say from the point of view of me. We talk in terms of I. I went there on my holiday. I had a really good time. Who was the I? The I that I describe being on holiday is not the I who is speaking now. This I is filling with the expression of the pattern of concepts which would indicate a memory of where I was. I is always empty. I fills with me. Me is the filling of I. I am hungry. I am tired. I am happy. I'm playful. I'm bored. I will fill with anything because I is empty. The emptiness of the self is present in every moment of your speaking. in every moment of your thinking. So this I is where you feel Rigpa illuminating the present moment. Because if I had a fixed content, it could never be fresh. The real quality of I is that it is fresh and me is stale. Me is like old bread. In Germany, it is a tradition to make dumplings with old bread. This is quite nice. Winter is coming, it's getting cold and damp. Some big bowl with hot dumplings inside, very good. But fresh bread, that's different because, oh, the smell is so nice, you wouldn't want to make a dumpling. I is fresh. So when you're looking for this ground, this primordial openness, the freshness of the mind is revealed to you. And you can try that for yourself. We're going to finish very soon. When you get up, you can say, I'm going to make a cup of tea, or I'm going to lie down, I'm going to read something, I'm going to talk with someone. I. Now I am talking. Now I am walking. Now I am cooking. Now I am reading. Filling and emptying, filling and emptying, filling and emptying. I fills and empties. I fills and emptiness. If you really catch the flavor of I, it is truly like the mirror. The mirror has no fixed content. The mirror takes a content. I'm tired. Oh, what am I doing now? I'm tired. Will I lie down? Will I make a tea? So I fills and empties, fills and empties. Me is like the bottom of the ocean. It takes the accretion of whatever is sinking to the bottom, the layers of sludge, the plastic refuge of Western culture sinking down. This is me, layered with my history, my pain, my suffering. Not great, but I is fresh. So this is what you can have a look at for yourself. Then the meaning of awareness becomes clear, because the naked I is awareness. And the heavy, dense, predictive me is consciousness. So in your own experience, you can start to see the difference between these two. Stay with the light, the fresh, the immediate, and watch how you can settle into the density of assumptions. Okay, so 8 o'clock, time for bed. Night, night, everyone. And tomorrow morning, if you are still alive, and we never know, we will start at 9 o'clock. And we have 3 sessions tomorrow. So we will progress through looking at the ground and the path and the result, as well as the view and the meditation and the activity and the result. And we run these. Is this way of explaining things useful? Does it make sense to you? Yeah? Good. Okay, so I say good night. Bye.
Okay. Thank you, James, for this intense and very dense explanations of our subject-object relation, and circling around for half an hour, 1.5 hours, about the inexpressible. So thank you for this talk, and we're looking forward to go further and deeper tomorrow. And I wish you all a good night, and thank you for attending to this wonderful talk, and hope we will see you again tomorrow. And have a good night, and see you tomorrow. To our next Zoom session with James Lowe about the ground, the path, and the result. And I think the participants all have joined our evening session. Yesterday, James talked about the ground and its characteristics, that it's uncontrived, self-arising, inexpressible, infinite, unlimited, and that it's not nor samsara nor nirvana. And I think this was a really dense basis for today's talk. And I'm happy to welcome James Lowe to our Zoom session. And we have 3 sessions today from 10 to 11:15, then a little break, half an hour, and then 11:45 to 1 p.m. And you've got a 1 hour break for lunch. And then we continue from 2 to 3:15 p.m. with the last session. Yes, I hope we have a good and intense time. And now I welcome James to continue with the teaching.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So this, what we call the ground or the base or the foundation or the source, is in fact our own condition. It's not something far away from us. It's not that we have come from somewhere else into samsara. But this base is how we manifest. We are the manifestation of the ground. And yesterday we were looking at the key point is whether you are aware of the open, empty ground of how you manifest moment by moment, or you are unaware of it. If we are unaware of it, then we become caught up in our own ideas about how the world is. So now we look a little bit at what happens when we lose contact with the ground. There are 2 aspects of this. There is how this lack of contact with the ground arises before there is any sense of a person, and how the contact with the ground arises as a person. Now, we are in a body, we have our own history, we have our assumptions and our beliefs, and this is always our starting point. So when you look at the, as it were, the primordial nature of ignorance, that we've been wandering in samsara for many, many lives, and this depth of ignorance has been there from the very beginning, just after the moment of the loss of clarity, then it looks like a kind of metaphysical speculation. It looks like some way of making sense of everything. And I'll show a little bit of how that reading operates. It only, I think, really starts to ring true when we see, oh, this applies to me. This is the story of me. It's not the story of the birth of modern Germany, the birth of the European Union. It's not some, here are the facts and how this came together, and then we had these contracts and agreements, and this is what happened. This is actually the fact that we are always on the crossroads. The ground is the ground of both openness and closure, of awareness and unawareness. This continues all the time. If you see the ground, you have openness, fresh awareness, infinite connectivity. If you don't see the ground, you have the imagined basis of the self and whatever we construct from that. So generally speaking, ignoring, which is a process, it's not really a state of ignorance, but it's an ongoing activity. It can be described as having 4 aspects. The first is the ignoring of the ground which arises with the sudden intensification of the idea of something existing by itself. So generally speaking, because the ground is open, it is unborn and unceasing. It doesn't have any limit to it. So it's not locked in a box to be kept safe. It's open like the sky or open like the ocean, and there is movement. The ground, our basis, is stillness itself, but this stillness doesn't exist in opposition to movement. Normally, we live in a world of polarities. We have high and low, hot and cold, still and moving. If something is moving, it's not still. If something is still, it's not moving. So we see in terms of either or. Either it's this or it's that. The ground is free of all such polarities. So the stillness of the ground and the seeming movement of the ground as the display of all experience of samsara and nirvana are inseparable, because samsara and nirvana appear without reality, without becoming something. So the ceaseless display of the energy of the unborn ground also doesn't become born. For example, you live in your body. You have a birth certificate, maybe hidden in a drawer someplace. You have a date of your birth. You can celebrate your birth every year. You began when you came out of your mother's body and the umbilical cord was cut, and the doctor says, oh, this baby is alive, starts to breathe. You were born. You were born out of your mother into the world. Your mother was living in the world. So when you were inside your mother's body, you were in your mother's body in the world. When you came out of her body, you came into the world, which you had already been in when you were inside her body. We are always in the space of becoming. All movement is inside the open, still space of possibility. So although you were born from your mother, you are unborn, because what does it mean to be born? Inside your mother's body, you are a process unfolding. You can now see incredible pictures of fetuses developing and all the different stages they go through. Then you come out of the body. If you are going to live, what is happening? The lungs are working. The heart is working. There is movement. Life is movement. Where is the movement? In the space of possibility. If the nose didn't work and the mouth didn't work, the baby would die, because the air has to come in and go out, come in and go out. You are movement. All the moments of your life can be categorized in stages. When I was a baby, when I was a small child, when I went to school, when I got my first relationship. You can categorize yourself into periods of your life, concretizing it. But actually, your life has been a flow of experience. And when you tell the story of your life, you emphasize certain aspects of your story, and you construct a narrative of who you take yourself to be. That narrative is a communication with other people. That is to say, it's a movement. It doesn't establish anything. We are movement. We are the movement of the unborn, open, empty space. So hopefully this will become clearer for you. So this first level of ignorance is the sense of something is there which is other than the non-duality or the integrity of stillness and movement. The movement is concretized. Just as in the summertime, you maybe go to your freezer because it's very hot and you want to take out some ice cubes. You don't have any ice cubes, so you take the little tray out, you turn the tap, and you fill it and you put it in the freezer, and 2 hours later, you can take it out and you have ice cubes. The ice cube is not different essentially from the water that was flowing out of the tap. When the water was flowing, it was changing its shape moment by moment as it descended into the bottom of the sink and down the plug hole. But now when you catch it in your little plastic tray, it takes on the shape of the compartment in the tray. So this is like this very first moment of ignorance. There is movement, but the movement is thickened. The way if you watch ice forming, on the top of the little compartment, you get a thin layer, and then it thickens down into the center, like looking at a little puddle on the road in wintertime. You get very thin ice, and as the winter deepens, the ice gets thicker until it's solid ice. So ignorance forms like ice. Ice takes on a shape, it's brittle, and if you drop it, it fragments into different pieces. And this is our sense of our world. It's made up of fragments of many, many, many different things. But this process begins with this first movement of one thing, just one thing. And it's called Dagni Chikpo. Dag means I or thing or it. Nid indicates itself, it itself, this thing. Chikpu means solitary or alone. This isolated entity. It is cut off from the flow by ignoring the inseparability of the flow and the ground. So, we link this over to practice. When you're sitting in the meditation, you become aware of sensations coming and going in the body, thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on. On a good day, when you feel relaxed, it's just a lot of stuff coming and going, not very important. Sometimes we get a little bit obsessed. We get drawn into identification with the form of what is occurring. And when we merge into that form, it becomes an object of our consideration. For example, I don't know, just this comes in my mind. Now in England, it's a damp autumn day. A month or so ago, we had hot, beautiful, shiny mornings. So if I'm sitting in the practice, maybe suddenly a memory of the summer arises in my mind. Oh, so there is some affective connection to that. That was a good day. I enjoyed the summer. The summer is better than now. So when I'm thinking about the summer, I'm thinking about something that isn't there. I'm thinking about the thought of the summer. Thoughts link to thoughts. Even in the summer, when you meet a friend in the street and you say, hey, what a wonderful day, what are you doing? The day itself is so complicated with the light in the trees, cars going by, children talking and so on. Thousands and thousands and thousands of momentary events shining and blossoming together. And you say, it's a wonderful day. So you put a kind of conceptual wrapper around this infinite diversity and you make a conclusion. Then the next day, you can tell another friend, oh, yesterday was so wonderful, amazing, the weather. Now, what does the weather mean? In the morning was different from midday, midday was different from the evening, but you are condensing, you are making a distillation, like taking the grape, pressing the grape, getting the juice, making some wine, distilling that rough wine into brandy. You're going through stages till You have the intensity of the sip of brandy, and this is like yesterday, oh, so wonderful. Pah, you get a hit. But yesterday was made up more of little grapes, little moments bubbling up and down. So this is the first level of ignorance, that we believe that when we describe something being there, we are telling the truth. We believe that we describe self-existing entities. We don't see that we invent, we create, we generate what we believe in. So this is the form of ignorance that is a bad faith within ourselves. Because if you see the moment that is occurring, you see directly it arises and passes. It arises and passes. But when you wrap it in your interpretation, your assumption, your belief, and your conviction that it is like that in itself, it's a beautiful day. I, the subject, am observing the object, and I'm giving you an accurate account of the state of the object, beautiful day. In fact, I'm inventing this. For me, it's a beautiful day because the sun is shining. Someone else is driving on the way to hospital because their child has had an accident at school and has fallen on their head. Now this child is in emergency surgery, and they will remember that day for years as the day my son almost died. So for them, it's not a beautiful day. So this wonderful, vast conclusion I have about the day is actually describing my relationship with the day according to my frame of reference. On that wonderful day, I got my cancer diagnosis. Then, not so wonderful day. The sun was shining, but I felt terrible. So in that, in that way, we can see that the freezing, the making graspable is a extrapolation, a taking out of the flow, the ceaseless flow of experience, and the creation of pseudo entities. These are not real entities, but they become real because we believe in them. In Tibetan, they say dagzin. Zinpa means to grasp, to hold, to take hold of something. On a beautiful summer's day, when you're out walking, so many things are happening. You can't take hold of it because each moment is passing. But when you say it's a beautiful day, a wonderful day, it is as if you have got hold of the day. You've been able to hold it to you and to describe it. So this is the key thing, the not seeing the open unborn ground, starting to perceive separate entities, believing that the separate entities are real, that is to say, have inherent existence. They exist in themselves, of themselves, out of themselves. And then we develop a narrative on top of that. We comment on it. We allocate value. We activate the 5 poisons of mental dullness, of not seeing the luminous quality of what appears. Then we have aversion and desire, pride, jealousy, and so on. So the first level of ignorance is the belief, the living belief in entities. When you see your shoes or your favorite teacup, you see a thing. It's just, you don't think, I believe these are my shoes. These are my shoes. These are my shoes. Come on, my shoes. So that's not a belief. It's my shoes. So in that way, we don't see that I am making an interpretation about these shoes as being mine. I take it for granted that the my shoeness of the shoe is in the shoe. It's not in my mind. So just as when you come out of your mother's body, you cut the umbilical cord. Now the baby is separate. When I say, these are my shoes, They out there, my shoe. I cut the connection between my mind and the shoe. Subject and object go separate. So this is the second level of ignorance called Senjichepi Marikpa, the co-emergent ignorance. It means that the thinness or the transparency or the lucidity of this appearance is present at the same time as the thickening which is arising by my addition of interpretations, ideas, and so on. Both are present at the same time. Both possibilities are there. You could turn towards the thinning lucidity of the transparency of the moment, or you could thicken it. For example, in Britain just now, they're building some new supposedly fast railway to go from London to Manchester. And in order to do this, they have to put the train tracks down through some old forests. So there are people who want to protect the forest. So they climb up into the trees and make little houses there to stop the contractors from cutting the trees down. The contractors believe that they will make money from cutting the trees down. So they are on the side of progress, and they say that the eco-activists are against the economy of the country. The eco-activists say this is a very rare forest, you're going to destroy what's growing here, so don't do it. So what there are some trees. The trees are neither voting for modernity, nor are they voting for the daffodils and the wildflowers that grow around them. They're just a tree coming out of the earth, touching the sky, breathing in and out, doing their photosynthesis and so on. So we give value to the tree. We make it as a symbol for something else, for modernity or climate change or a fight against capitalist exploitation. And these things, which occur all the time in our political and economic life, we start to see, oh, this is the play of beliefs. Because people interpret and believe in giving good social housing to immigrants, for example. We say, well, why should they have a house? Or we can't have people sleeping on the street. These are opinions, these are not truths. There is no fundamental basis because these are movements of energy arising in and from and as emptiness. They're just opinions, just ideas. Everyone is a playwright. Everyone is their own William Shakespeare, developing tragedies and comedies of their existence. And they believe in their own drama. So this is the second level of ignorance, where you could relax and open, or you can make it very, very real. You might think it's very important to share things. It's really important that people share and support each other. And then you go on your bicycle to visit a friend, and oh, you forgot to bring the chain to lock your bicycle. But you think, I'll only be in for 10 minutes. When you come out, your bicycle is gone. Someone has shared your bicycle. That's beautiful. I like to share. I believe in sharing. You don't quite feel like that. You think, fuck, what this? Stolen my bicycle. Phone the police. Crime, criminals, bad people. But sharing is important for me. So this is a way that we start to see we have thin beliefs like let's share, and we get very thick beliefs, my bicycle. So when this level of ignorance is arising, it feeds into the sense of the importance of events. And this feeds this next aspect, which is the naming and categorizing of everything which occurs. it's the pattern of ignoring the ground, operating as the integration of phenomena into language, because this is what naming does. So when you walk in the country, maybe you see lots of things growing. You don't know very much about plants. You just think, whoa, beautiful countryside, so many things growing here. Or you could have your little handbook, The Wild Flowers of Germany. So now you're looking up page 42. Oh, it's a kind of orchid. Do you know its name? Let me tell you its Latin name. Now we really know what this is. So in that way, you have the possibility, you just see beautiful. When you see this beautiful flower, oh, nothing more to do, beautiful flower. We know if you pick a wild flower, it dies very quickly. So you just leave it there, beautiful, beautiful, enough. But once you give it a name and you put it in its family and you see how rare it is, then you look again. Because now the name is giving you a way to weave more relationship with this thing that you now know about. And this is a very important distinction in all schools of Buddhism, but especially in Dzogchen, the difference between knowing, that is to say, having the experience of the revelation of the object. I see it is there. It's the most simple, direct form of knowing. And the knowing that comes about when I tell the object what it is. So someone has written the Guide to Wild Flowers. I have this book with me. I look up this particular flower. I check the picture. Oh yes, it is this. And the flower becomes more real for me, more important, more valid, because I am able to name it. That is to say, the name of the flower and the presence of the flower become merged together. This is a tulip. This is a wild crocus. This is a lily. Oh, it's a lily. Wow, yeah, lilies. I love lilies. But you liked it before you knew it was called a lily, but now I love lilies. So all the lilies you have ever met gather together and dance around this little wild lily, and they say, welcome, sister, come and be with us. You are a lily. Oh, how lovely. So in that way, this little thing growing in the field is being thickened by your associations. So this is like the fourth of the 5 skandhas, in which knowledge is injected into the object and taken to be the truth of the object. So you have the separation of the appearance from the ground. Then you have the arising of subject and object as 2 separate things in which you can think about the possibilities. And now, from the side of the subject, you project information into the object and take it to be the truth of the object. All politics is based on this. All the horror, for example, all the horrors of National Socialism in Germany operated on this principle. When you say there is ordinary Germany, but there is greater Germany, true Germany, and Germany spreads to the east, the eastern lands. This is also part of the Reich. So this is a naming and a definition. And once you have enough political power, you can rename anything. Now we have this war between Azerbaijan and the Armenians. Where does this narrow land strip belong to? We have this fighting in the Middle East all the time, in many, many countries across the world, where somebody says, this piece of land is ours. Russia says the Crimea is Russian. They take it away from the Ukraine. The Ukrainians didn't have enough soldiers to protect it, and no other Western country really wanted to go to war with Russia. So Russia says, it's ours. Done deal, finished. So now it becomes Russia. The international court says, no, no, it's not really Russia. But Russia says, you stupid, it's Russia. Come on, it's Russia. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? It's like the school bully. The bully looks in your bag at school and sees your mother put some chocolate for your lunch. They take the chocolate. My chocolate, I think. That's my chocolate. Give me my chocolate back. My chocolate. This is world politics all the time. It's about the power of naming and seeing that the one who names steals. To take the anarchist slogan, all property is theft. When the British went to Australia, Australia became British. Never mind all the people who have been living there for 30,000 years, the so-called Aboriginals in their various tribes. Same in going to America. The native peoples were pushed back and murdered and raped and tortured because it is our land, our land. The same with slavery. The same with patriarchy. It is obvious and clear to everyone that the man is more important than the woman. What the man says is the most important thing. So for many years, people were bullied into believing these kind of things. Even women would say to their children, oh, wait for your father. He is the boss. He is the boss. That is a belief. Now with the rise of feminism, we have a different interpretation. So the key thing to see on this level of ignorance, it's that an interpretation, a way of talking about something, a way of using that linguistic form is taken to be the description of something with an inherent truth. That is to say, the situational or the contingent meaning or value, that is to say, the value that arises in the moment of the situation, is taken as a sign of some inner essence that guarantees it in that way. So under old patriarchy, you could say women are not as intelligent as men, therefore you shouldn't educate girls, because if you educate girls, they just cause trouble. So you educate the boys, then it's obvious boys know more than girls. That is the proof, the definite proof. Boys are more intelligent than girls because they know more than girls. That's why we shouldn't educate girls. And you see, this is an insane logic, but insane logic is popular in all power systems, that you get lied to and cheated, because in order to hold on to power, you are distorting the actuality of the world. Yesterday, we touched on evenness, equanimity, that the ground is the source of all in samsara and all in nirvana. Everything has the same source, the same intrinsic value. It is inseparable from emptiness. But when you start to apply concepts to objects that you take to be self-existing, then you don't see evenness. It's like a huge volcanic eruption, like a movement of the tectonic plates. If one tectonic plate is subjectivity and the other is objectivity, these grind together, and then you have the emergence of the Himalayas of conceptualization, with peaks and valleys and hidden corners. And this is our culture, where all kinds of dishonesties are in place, but because we believe in them, we take them to be true. Actually, everything has equal value because it's the radiance of the mind itself. But if you wrote that in an exam at school, you would fail. You would fail. If you stand on the street corner and you say to everyone who passes, everything is equal, everything is equal, people will laugh at you. They don't believe it's equal. When you go into the shops, you see that some tomatoes are delicious and others are not so delicious. salad tomatoes don't require any cooking, but you can get big solid tomatoes. And if you don't cook them, the skin is very tough and it's not a very nice taste. But you cook it for a bit and it becomes delicious. You add some salt, pepper, and so on. So all tomatoes are not the same. All apples are not the same. All people are not the same. This is what arises with the power of naming, because we don't see all tomatoes emerge from the ground. Without the earth, without some possibility of some basis of growing, it's not going to occur. The same, all sentient beings have a potential to learn. The culture they grow in determines what doors open to them or close. There are many countries in the world where girls still don't go to school. People prefer not to have educated women. So this is a cultural bias. It's not seeing boys and girls are equal. So this is the third level of ignorance, and you can observe it for yourself all the time. When you see elections coming, or you see decisions being made about the different economic zones in Germany, for example, then you see, oh, some areas do better than others. Some have more industry than others. Should you then say that people who live in the rural area should have more money than people who live in the countryside? How shall we live as a democracy? So now we have equalizing tax systems and social support systems to try to balance a little bit what goes on. Because if you believe in democracy, having some very, very wealthy people and some very, very poor people is not so good. But in the last 40 years, capitalism has created multi-billionaire people and many, many poor people as well. And so Mr. Gates, who made his money by taking huge shares and exploiting other people by not paying them very well, now becomes very, very wealthy, and he opens his foundation for helping people. Having exploited people, he wants to help people. This is how people behave. Who is good? Who is bad? It depends. It is an interpretation. The fourth level of ignorance which arises is the ignorance of the dullness or the cloudiness of not understanding karma. Karma is very important in all the Buddhist schools. Some people say, oh, in Dzogchen, you don't need to have any understanding of karma. But if you are permanently aware, if you are living in the bright freshness of Rigpa, you don't need to think about karma. But for most of us, our sense of awareness comes and goes. Sometimes it's more clear, sometimes it's less clear. When it's less clear, then you have karma. The word karma means activity, action, doing. Doing means subject, verb, object. I want to help you. I want to steal from you. I want to kill you. I want to save your life. You are there. I am here. I am going to act on you, towards you, for you, according to my intention. So for a karmic act to be fully powerful, there are 4 factors which need to be present. The first is called the ground. This is not the ground we've been talking about. It's not the deep base, but the basis of karma, its starting point, is the idea of entities. So it goes back to this first form of ignorance we were looking at. Something exists. Object exists, subject exists. Duality is the basis of karma, because without duality, you can't form an intention. This afternoon, if the weather is good, I will go for a walk. So this afternoon, which is an abstract concept, becomes something I can think about. The weather, which is also always changing, I formulate as, if it's good, I will go for a walk. So there are concrete objects and there are conceptual objects. If I think I am going to steal from you, that is you for me. You become the object of my intention to take your money. So I see that you go out, maybe you go to the kitchen or the toilet, and in that moment when you're out of the room, I go into your bag and I take your purse and I take out 200 euros. I put them in my pocket, this is now mine. So you exist, I see you have money, I want to have your money. This is the object and my intention coming together, the first stage and the second stage. You go out of the room, I take the money. This is the union, the meeting between my intention and the object. Now I have your money. You come back into the room and you say, oh, nice meeting you again, James. I'm going home now. And I say, okay, yeah, let's meet again. And you go off. You don't realize you've lost the money till later. You phone me in the evening, James, I don't know what happened. I looked in my purse, my money's gone. I wonder where it went. I say, oh, these things happen. Maybe when you were in the street, these pickpockets, they're so good. So now I'm very happy. I have won. I have got away with it. I have not been detected. So I am fully committed to the deception of stealing from you. When these four things are in place, we say this has the power of karma. That is to say, there is an unimpeded intention, me first. I must win. I don't care about you. So subject should dominate object. I am for myself, not for you. So no sharing, no equanimity. And even that you are sorry, I'm laughing at you because you are so stupid. You didn't realize I took your money. So I have a kind of Schadenfreude, joy at your distress, as well as having your money, as well as feeling successful. So all of this creates a kind of energetic charge, which exists in the stream of my conscious being and has some unconscious elements as well. It's called in Tibetan Rangyut, or in Sanskrit Santana. It means the stream of your life experience. So now that you have stolen, now that if I've stolen from you, now I think, hey, this is good. I can make a lot of money stealing. I don't have to work. I just have to look at stupid people in the street and take their money. Now, of course, if I'm starting to think, these are stupid people, look, they don't even watch their bag. My mind is already turning towards the other person as an idiot. Instead of thinking these poor people, they're not very careful, they're not mindful, don't they know that there are thieves around? My vision is tilted. Now I believe I am the thief and you are stupid because I can see where your money is. So on the basis of karma, I have an alteration in my interpretation of events. And I continue in this pattern. And this builds up a kind of momentum, a charge of energy, an orientation of intention. And this manifests in terms of my repeated activity. So when I die, these tendencies go with me. You know, when you see small children, it's pretty obvious that babies are very different. And at 1 year of age, the personality of the small child is already showing itself. Some children are very brave, some are very anxious, some cry a lot, some are very friendly, some learn to talk and engage easily, others go very quiet and don't want to participate. These are the karmic tendencies which are arising in the person. And then the family respond to the tendencies in the child, so that the karma is not just in the infant and their own potential, but your karma is your parents, because how your parents are become the environment that allows the manifesting of certain aspects of your potential and the quietening or the dampening of other aspects of your potential. So karma emerges in the interaction of subject and object, of self and environment. Some people are very poor when they're young and they decide to work hard. Some people are very poor and they become depressed and despairing. Some become deceitful and cheating and feel entitled to exploit other people. You can't say poverty does this or that. External factors are always interacting with the potential of the individual, and people will respond in different ways. There are children of very rich people who become cruel and selfish. They have plenty of money, but they decide to exploit others. So you can look for yourself. You can look at yourself, your own family, the people you know. You see, oh yes, these tendencies were there in that person when they were very young and they were developed. And then you might think, oh, it's a shame they went to that school. That school was not good for them. That was a sports school, pushing a lot of competitive activity, and they're not competitive. They should have gone to a school that was more focused on art and creativity. In that way, you can, if you come into an environment that doesn't suit you, it can be very difficult. Nowadays, in our culture, we have a lot of choice. 100 years ago, if you were in a village in the Ruhr near where the coal mines were, you would go down the mines with your father if you were a boy, or you would go into the steelworks. You did what the generations of your family had been doing. If you grew up on a farm, you would be a farmer. Now we have much more freedom. So we don't see so precisely how the environmental forces influence us. So the importance of these four aspects of ignorance is how they cover the ground. The ground itself is never covered because these four aspects of ignorance are arising from the ground. If you remember yesterday, we looked how the ground has no bias. Good things arise, bad things arise, because good and bad, that's a judgment. That's not inherent in the ground. So exploitation comes into the world, cruelty, people make money making weapons and so on. We have a complex world. The people who make guns, like the old Krupp engineering company, making endless amounts of weapons to kill people, the directors of that company had nice big houses with parkland around it, sent their children to have nice experiences in life. They were good, kind, caring people who made weapons for killing other people. This is why karma is complicated. Rich, powerful people can make their money doing very, very bad things. Poor people can do very bad things. You cannot determine from the outside how someone is. This is why when we look at ourselves, when we see ourselves in the meditation, we realize how complex we are. That we have a good intention. We say, may all beings be happy. And yet we have pride, we have jealousy, we have desire, we have anger, we have irritation. So we are complex. Why are we complex? Because as we looked yesterday, I, the first person singular, is empty of its own content. Different experiences arise into the bright space of I, and in that moment we can identify with different feelings, sensations, behaviors. I can be selfish, I can be generous. How is this possible? Because selfishness arises due to causes and conditions. Generosity arises due to causes and conditions. Some people are generous where They're in the company of big, powerful people. They want to impress these people. And when that's in a different situation, when they're near poor, powerless people, they're very mean. So according to the situation, according to my tendency, according to my sense of the dangers of getting into trouble, this pattern arises, that pattern's arising. That's why we can never define other people, and we can never define ourselves. We are complex. We are beyond grasping. So this takes us back to what we looked at yesterday. The mind is beyond expression. You cannot catch it. Even in terms of your personality, no one can catch you because you are polyvalent. You have many different valencies or energetic charges or tendencies. If you reduce people to just one thing, this is a violence. We can say, oh, all Scottish people are mean. All Italians are wonderful lovers. You know, we have all these kind of cultural fantasies about people. These are not true. It can lead to murders. When we had these religious wars, we could say all Catholics are bad or all Protestants are bad. And on the basis, are you a Catholic? Then you have to die. Why? Because you are a Catholic. What are you? A Catholic. So Catholic is just one band of someone's existence. But in a time of war, the membership of that group becomes the defining truth of who they are. It is the only important thing you need to know about them. Are you a friend or are you an enemy? If you're an enemy, I'm going to try to kill you. So there you can see this third level of ignorance. The naming becomes the truth of the person. So we're not sure now, are the Russians friends or enemies? After Gorbachev, then people thinking, oh, maybe the future with Russia will be friendly and we have some alliance. But now with Mr. Putin, looks like Russia may be going to be more of an enemy. Is China a friend? Yes, because we get all kind of cheap imports from China. Is China an enemy? Potentially, yes, because it's expanding all over the world and building up its network of ports and railways and transport systems. It's not controlling its population, so that's going to lead to a huge pressure on the land. And it's got a huge standing army, the biggest in the world. Friend or enemy? If we go to war with China, enemy. If we go to trade with China, friend. Like that. Some years ago, people had little flags on their cars for free Tibet, free Tibet. Everyone had this little sticker, free Tibet. Now you don't see it. Why? Because the European countries are making more trade relationships with China and they don't want to support the question of Tibetan independence because China takes it as an insult and a provocation and interfering with China. This is why we always study impermanence. All of these factors are dynamic. They are movement, they are energy, they are not truth. Are the Chinese good or bad? It depends. That means relative truth, conventional truth. According to the situation, meaning and value is allocated. This meaning is not inherent or intrinsic in the object. The Chinese are neither good nor bad. No one is fully bad. People have good qualities. For some people, it is relational. So this is dependent origination. On the basis of this, that arises. On the basis of wanting cheap imports, China is good. On the basis of China stealing industrial secrets, industrial espionage, China is bad. It depends. It depends. So this is very, very important. Because what it means is in samsara, which is this realm of interdependence, there is no solid ground to stand on. Everything shifts according to circumstances. You just need to read your own history. Every country's history shows these things very, very clearly. Who is friend, who is enemy? At a certain point, the East Germans, who had been the real enemy of the West Germans, now become part of Germany. How is this possible? For the British, the Germans, who were the enemy in the war, become the allies against the Russians at the end of the Second World War. Friends become enemies, enemies become friends, just as the Buddha said. There is no inherent truth or existence in any definition. Now, this is very important for meditators because it means conceptual understanding is like half a bridge. It takes you halfway across. It can't go the whole distance. It's important to study the Dharma and get some intellectual clarity, and then, which is the first stage, hearing. Then the second stage is reflecting. So you apply what you have learned to the world, to your own experience, so that it becomes massaged into you. And then thirdly, you meditate so that you awaken to it. In the meditation, we're not relying on concepts. Everything we know in this world is relative truth. So from the point of view of Dzogchen, when we are under the power of these four aspects of ignorance, we are living a lie. We are living in deception. And Tibetan texts, they talk about you have to see your own falseness, that you are a construct, that the idea of your individual self, of who you are, your personal history, is a construct. It's a construct. So when you're a child, you come home from school and you see your mom and she says, how was school? Okay. What happened? Nothing. Then you go into the next room and there's your grandmother. How was school? Oh, I didn't like it so much. It's not very nice. Da, da, da. Then you see your sister. How was school? Oh, terrible. Then you see your friend. How was school? Oh, we had a lot of fun. We were laughing at the teacher. We were doing this. We were doing that. So your description depends on who you are talking to. We know this about ourselves. How could you tell the truth about your day? Because your day was so rich, so varied, so incredibly redolent with different possibilities. Every description is a choice. It's a selection. It's a shaping, a making. Oh, I am creating the patterning of my existence. That is to say, existence is not the basis out of which things arise. Existence is the product of how we think and talk about experience. So if you understand this, if you really see that, then you think, oh, I can change my situation. Because if I exist, if I am just James from Scotland who's done this and that, then all these factors condition me into being just this. But if I see that all of these experiences have been movements of relatedness, of interaction, that I have emerged in relation to the various range of experience in my life, then I can change it because there is nothing established there. That's why in the text we looked at yesterday, it says, if you are aware of your own ground, of your own basis, your own source, you are a Buddha. If you are not aware of your own ground, you are a sentient being wandering in samsara. It is as simple as this. And what we need to see in particular is the reason I don't see my own open ground, the reason that I am unaware is because I believe in these constructs which I have helped to make. I am making the prison that I inhabit. Nobody is putting me in the prison. I am doing that. So this leads us towards meditation. So ignorance is a very, very important thing to become clear about, that it is a process of not seeing. And when you think you know, when you assume that you know, you stop looking. You know, you might think in where you live, oh, I could walk about with my eyes closed because I know what it's like. I know what it's like. That is possible if you assume that nothing is going to change outside. But you have to look and see if you want to be in touch with what is here. Assumption, which is to say knowledge, is based on abstraction, of taking the mind away from the immediacy of lived experience into a conceptual level. You go up in a little helicopter and you have an overview. The problem is the overview from the helicopter of conceptualization is not the actual territory. So, for example, if you were to go in a helicopter and fly over the Schwarzwald, the Black Forest, you just see the tops of lots of trees. If the helicopter was to break and you had to make an emergency landing in a little clearing in the forest, and then you have to walk out through the forest, you don't know which direction to go in. There are a lot of hills. You get very tired. You go up and down. You got to cross a stream. You think, I'm in the middle of the forest. I don't know. This is the issue in life. And this is very important for meditators, because in your conceptual existence, by now you've been through school, you've had some education, some experience of life and some work and so on. You know quite a lot. In your helicopter, everything is quite clear. I know I have to pay my tax. I know that I need to pay all my bills, gas, electricity, and so on. I need to plan a holiday. I know how to book a train ticket online. You know, I can do lots of things. When you get sick, for example, and maybe you have to go to hospital, you don't know. You're in the bed, the doctor's in charge. All your life skill vanishes and you're just a patient. You're just waiting. What will happen? What will happen? The nurse says, oh, the doctor will come tomorrow and explain. I think, yeah, but I'm here now. What's going to happen? Don't worry, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. But it's easy for you to say it's fine. I'm in the bed. You're the nurse. It's not fine. So it's like being in the forest, because phenomena are occurring, events, and hitting me. I'm not in my helicopter, which is why for meditators, some suffering is very useful, because the suffering brings the helicopter down. Instead of being able to think about life and use all your ideas about life, you are now in touch with lived existence. Maybe you get a sore back or you have a toothache. So now oh, what is this? Life is shining through you, and you are returned to the primacy of phenomena. When you live in a conceptual world, you coat the phenomena in the conceptual. And so you don't have to look at the phenomena. You just rest inside the assumption of the conceptual. So very important to see that skill in concepts, although in terms of the culture marks you as an educated, intelligent person, it also becomes a method by which you can become stupid. Because you stop looking, you stop questioning, you just know. You know how to do things. You have to do your own tax return, you get pages, you have to fill things. You think, oh, I know how to do this. I have a spreadsheet, I do this, I do that, I do that. You are competent at assuming you know how to do something. And as long as the structure doesn't change, you do it this year the way you did it last year. So you don't have to be shocked. How do I do it? How? Oh, this is what I do. This is what I do. So in that way, you stop looking, you stop seeing, you don't taste, you just know. This is something quite difficult embedded in the view of Dzogchen. Knowledge makes you stupid. And that's a very, very strange thing to say. But when you know, you don't look. For example, I live in London. There are many museums and so on. Tourists come from all over the world to go and look in these museums, look at the architecture and so on. I don't do that anymore. Years ago, I went to all the museums, and now I think, oh, I know what's there, I know what's there, I know what's there. There's a very nice Gauguin. If you're going into the middle of town, you go to the National Gallery, there's a beautiful Gauguin. I personally haven't looked at it for 30 years, but I know it's there. I remember I liked it. So you should go and see it. It's very good. Where is that Gauguin? It's like an idea floating in my mind. If I actually went to the gallery and I stood in front of it and the colors and the shape and the mood of the painting came into me, that's very different from knowing, oh, it's a beautiful Gauguin. So when I tell myself I know about that painting, I'm being stupid, because the Gauguin is only real when you see it. You go through the rooms, then you see Cézanne, you see Monet, and so on. And each of these has, it's direct, immediate, and it's transformative. Your breathing changes, the tension in your muscles change, but just the idea of the painting doesn't do that. So in Dzogchen, we are concerned with direct experience, direct participation in the unfolding field of experience. Thinking about things is not helpful. However, of course, in a consumerist capitalist economy where we function on the basis of commodification, that everything is turned into knowledge, and universities also become factories for generating knowledge. If you teach in a university, you have to publish books and papers every year to show that you are a productive worker in the factory of knowledge. Everything is abstracted. Living experience is very different. So in that way, the Dudjom Rinpoche, for example, he often used the traditional example that you should be like a small child going into a big temple where there will be many tankas and incense and statues, and the child think, wow. And that kind of astonishment allows you to receive more. You're astonished out of yourself. Like if you use the syllable pet, then you have the experience of hedewa, that you're separated from the conceptual structure and you have a moment of direct experience of emptiness. You're shocked out of the reliance on conceptual interpretation. So we have to have some sense of ignorance, because this ignorance is not something outside us, which is coming onto us. It is our mode of existence. Existence is ignorance. From the very beginning, nothing has been born. Nothing is truly existing in itself. We have Kadak, primordial purity, and effortlessly arising field of luminous display, Rundrup. These two are inseparable. When we see I exist, you exist, the walls exist, my books exist, this existence is bright experience mediated through the dulling quality of concept. So a concept is like a thin curtain, a veil. The light coming in from outside is thinned, so it's not so powerful when it has to pass through the curtain. It's not bright and fresh and immediate, it's muted, it's transformed, it takes on a coloration. So if we see this, then the issue is me. So now we're going to take a break soon, and then we'll look at meditation and do some meditation together. And the focus is, I'm encased in this falsity. I construct myself in falsity. So when I sit to meditate, I want to be able to see how, by merging into the thought, the memory, the opinion, this creates the density of opaque experience, non-transparent experience, whereby it appears that this is real, this is a thing. In Dzogchen, there are no things at all. There are appearances, experiences, which are dynamic and changing. Nothing comes to exist by itself. Same yesterday, same today, same tomorrow. Nothing like that is here at all. This is a mental delusion, a fantasy. So we're going from stale to fresh, from covered to uncovered, from belief to direct revelation. So that's what we'll be doing. Okay, so we take a break for half an hour, and then we meet again and we look at the issues of the path, which is meditation practice. Okay, see you in half an hour. Okay. So now we start to look at the path. Generally, a path takes us somewhere. So in the general Buddhist teachings, we want the path to take us from samsara to nirvana. And for that path, we have many different methods. We have impermanence, dependent co-origination, emptiness. We have shamatha and vipassana, that is to say, calming the mind and being clear about what arises for the mind. And we have all the paths of Tantra that some of you have been following. These are all paths of activity in which you are trying to do something different, to experience yourself in a different way, to transform the density of your experience, to make it more light, more flowing, and so on. Dzogchen is different because the focus of the path in Dzogchen is to see through the falsity of your own self-structure. That is to say, the most basic issue is the fact that I think I exist. My existence seems for me to be something which is just there, just given. It's non-negotiable. I exist as me. I have always been me. This is who I am. So we have to see, is this true? From what I've described in terms of ignorance and the ground, this is a false structure. This is a structure which comes into place by ignoring the ground, and it's held in place by functioning as if there was no open basic ground, which is our source, what we arise from moment by moment. We are cut loose into this entity which is moving in space. So we are sentient beings. We are beings with a mind having creatures who travel in samsara from this place to that place, sometimes happy, sometimes sad, sometimes winning, sometimes losing, but always there is something going on. There is always something to react to respond to sort out, always something to do. And if you remember this fourth aspect of ignorance with karma, it's about activity. So the activity that we use to improve our situation and even to transform our situation, because it is an activity operating from subject and object as separate, it actually continues the structure of our problem. The content of our problem may seem to get easier, but the basic structure of duality continues. So in Dzogchen, we're not concerned to do something or to make something, but to sit with the mind as it shows itself and to allow the unimpeded movement of experience while remaining present as an unchanging awareness. This is the heart of the path. As soon as you become involved by wanting to have more of one kind of experience and less of another kind of experience, when you get caught by a thought such as, I seem to be so selfish. I don't know why I'm so selfish. I need to do more bodhisattva practice. I need to do some tonglen and really make myself available for other people. When a thought that arises, you are looking for an antidote to this toxic situation you find yourself in. Basically, you're saying how I am is no good. So this is a judgment, and it's implying some definite, enduring badness or wrongness in me, which needs some medicine, some antidote, some intervention to improve it. This, from the point of view of Dzogchen, is ignorance. From the point of view of general Buddhism, it's not ignorance, it is the path. So you have to be very, very clear what is the meaning of the view, because everything is interpretation. It's not about truth. The only truth is emptiness. Everything else is the movement of the mind, of thoughts, sensations, feelings, and structures. All the Dharma paths are illusion. You don't have to believe me, you just read the Heart Sutra. There is no enlightenment, there is no awakening. It says it in the Heart Sutra, and the Buddha says, very good, Avalokiteshvara, you have spoken exactly. There is no gain. Whoa, what does that mean? I feel I'm bad. I feel I'm small and stupid and limited, and I would like to be better, and I admire other people, and I see their qualities, and I want to be like that. What is that? It's comparing and contrasting. I am like this, they are like that. How they are is better than me. What is that? Is that an accurate description? Is that an ethical appreciation of their good qualities? Or is that a mental fabrication? So the first two readings, that it's a proper ethical evaluation of my limitations and bad qualities, that belongs to Mahayana Buddhism, where I repent the bad that I've done and I make a commitment to work for the benefit of other people. It is not the view of Dzogchen. So it's very important to understand what a view is. A view is a way of seeing which illuminates the possibilities of the situation. The general paths in Buddhism start with a belief or an acceptance of duality. I am real, you are real, everything in my world is real, and I need to free myself from this entrapment. And therefore, there is something to do. From the Dzogchen point of view, from the very beginning, the ground is pure, and what arises from the ground is pure. So the examples my teacher often would say is like, if you plant wheat, you don't get rye. If you plant an apple tree, you don't get pears. Things arise according to how they are. If you go to the land of gold, you find gold. If you go to the land of silver, you find silver. If you go through the view of Dzogchen, you find the intrinsic perfection of everything. Sometimes the word Dzogchen or Dzogpa Chimpo is translated as the great perfection. Now, again, you have to understand how this is. This is why we have teaching, because if you just read the books by yourself, it's very easy to get confused. From the very beginning, everything is perfect. What does that mean? It means from the very beginning, there has never been any everything. There are no things. From the very beginning, every appearance is inseparable from the sphere of appearances. This sphere of appearance is called the Dharmadhatu, the realm of all dharmas. And these dharmas arise like rainbows in the sky, like nothing at all. So if you do a longer tantric practice and you have these three samadhis to begin with, the first is clear blue sky. Then in the clear blue sky, rainbow colored light arises. Then this transforms into the seed syllable of the mandala, and then it transforms into the mandala palace, then it transforms into the god. It comes out of the clear blue sky. That is to say, the deity is the manifestation of the potential of the sky. Everything is inside emptiness. Everything is inside the pure ground. It's not that it comes out of the ground. It's not like, you know, in a criminal court where there is a young man who's got in trouble and their lawyer says, but he is a good boy, he is from a good family, his father is like this, his mother is like this, please don't send him to prison, he is a good boy. Yeah, but he stole, he stabbed someone. No, but he is from a good family. How could someone from a good family become a bad person? Well, because they have their own karma. But when you see directly, my ground is emptiness, I am emptiness. My flat is emptiness, all my possessions are emptiness, everything is empty of inherent self-nature. For example, I have many books. And 2 years ago, I got rid of more than half my books, 1,000 books. I tried giving them away to people. I have my psychotherapy supervisees and so on. They would come for supervision. I have a big pile of books. Please have these wonderful books. They look at them thinking, fucking hell. I am not James. I am not James. Why would I read James's book? I'm thinking, I am giving you the most beautiful gift. These books, they are gorgeous, but I have too many books. Please, they will be so good for your life. And they are thinking, maybe I have an allergy to James's mind. Maybe this will make me very sick. I don't want to read philosophy and all of these things. It's like that. In my opinion, according to my idea, these were wonderful books. But for the other people, they were not. They were not. This is so important in life when you see this. This is so meaningful to me, but not to anyone else. Oh, What does this mean? I think I'm talking about the book, something out there in the world. It is good in itself. What am I really talking about? My mind. When I say the book is good, full stop, I am cheating myself and I'm cheating other people. The book is good for me, full stop. So if I get sick and I go to the doctor and they give me a prescription and I have my pills to take every day, and then you come and say, oh, James, I've got a headache. Have you got some paracetamol? I say, no, but look, I have this medicine from the doctor. You have some of it. It's very good medicine. It really helps me. It will help you. We say, hey, that's crazy. That's crazy, but it's medicine. It must be good. Please eat it. No, it might be poisonous for me. It was medicine for me because of my condition. It is a relationship. It is not objectively good. So this is the beginning of the path of Dzogchen. When you see there are no self-existing objects anywhere. Moreover, when I imagine that there are self-existing objects and I think they are good or bad, this is the structure of my mind. That is to say, my world, my possessions, my interests are a kind of X-ray of the patterns of my mental structure. They are not telling me about something out there. Which is why they always say, look at your own mind. Don't look at the world. In Dzogchen, they have this notion that you should develop the lion's gaze. That if you throw a ball for a dog, it will run after the ball. But if you throw a ball at a lion, the lion will turn and look at you. Where did the ball come from? So this is how we should practice in Dzogchen. We look, where did the ball come from? A thought comes in your mind. These are wonderful books. Oh, where did that thought come from? If you follow the thought back, it shows your own mind. If you can watch the arising of the thought, the feeling, the sensation, it's illuminating your own mind. But if you take the content of the thought, the feeling, the sensation, it seems to say something about an objective world out there. So if this becomes clear for you, you can continue in your ordinary life. You can talk to people about the cost of things or what you might do at Christmas. You can talk about anything. It's not that you have to change the structure of your life or the content of your conversation, but you need to observe, oh, this is the display of the mind. This is the display of the mind. So the path, excuse me, begins really with Garab Dorji. When Garab Dorji received the transmission from these three transmissions we looked at yesterday, from Samantabhadra to Vajrasattva to Garab Dorji. Garab Dorji came into the world and started to teach Dzogchen. And as he was leaving, he appeared to Manjushri Mitra and he taught the essence of Dzogchen in these three very well-known statements. At that time, he was hovering in the air surrounded by rainbow light. That is to say, he was manifesting as the energy of unborn space with the potential represented by the rainbow light. And he said, the first point is that you need to be introduced to your own mind. Now, you can be introduced energetically by doing practice together with the teacher. You can be introduced through study or through hearing a teaching. But primarily, we are introduced to our mind by being with our mind. Once you get the basic instruction, You have to stay with that and sit and observe your own mind. Your mind will reveal itself to you. It's not hidden. The only thing that hides the mind is that you don't look at the mind. So, for example, when you get used to making judgments about things and you say, oh, have one of these apples, they're delicious. Maybe the other person doesn't like apples. Maybe they don't like this kind of apple. Maybe you like quite a sharp, sour apple and they like a very sweet apple. Maybe they like it very crisp and you like it a bit soft because your teeth are not so strong. You think you're talking about the apple. Turn it around like the lion. This is a wonderful apple. Oh, this comes out of me. This thought arises. The sound comes up through from my lungs, the air through my voice box and comes out. And the thought also arose in the space. I am a site of emergence of the energy of the ground manifesting in the world. When we walk according to the road. When we talk according to the people we are with. Our thoughts arise according to the structure of our existence. It is not already established. I am the unfolding of the potential of the ground mediated through the particularities of my structure. So an example for that traditionally would be a crystal prism. The prism, when you find it in nature, usually will have some little fissures or coloration, something inside. Normally we would call them flaws. There is something wrong with them because we want it to be pure white. But they actually bring more color. So we are like a crystal with little nicks and little fractures inside, so that when the light comes into this crystal, not only is it refracting into the rainbow color, but it's got an extra diversification according to our pattern. So when you go to buy apples, you see in front of you these, in the big market, they have maybe 5-6 kinds of apples, especially now in autumn. Which apple? This apple. This is the kind of apple I like. So the light shining on the apple coming in your eye and the light of your mind arising in response, these two lights meet in this fragmentation of your history, your personality, your belief about yourself, and you say, oh, these are my apples. They're the best ones. This is what I always buy. This is not an illumination of the quality of the apple. This is the illumination of the tendency which you have developed. This is not a fault or a mistake. This is the diversity of the world that shows itself. We don't all choose the same thing. People wear very different kinds of clothes. They have different furniture in their flat or their house. They go to different kinds of place for holiday. They like to go to different kinds of restaurants. People have very diverse lives. This is all the movement of light through the crystalline form in its refraction, in the way the light shows its own ingredients. We have clear light or invisible white light, which we can't see, but it illuminates everything. Excuse me. But when the light goes into the crystal, then what is embedded in the light or hidden in the light or the potential of the clear light is revealed. It comes out as these 5 colors or the rainbow colors. So in the same way, in interaction with the world, as the light of experience comes through us, we have our particular response. from the Buddhist point of view, this is perfect. That is to say, you are authentically yourself. This is you. These are the apples you buy. That is perfect. Perfect doesn't mean in a hierarchy of judgment that you have indeed chosen the best apple. And now you can apply for a job as part of the German Apple distribution company, and you will be our #1 apple selector because you choose the best apple. Not like that. It's not about perfect and imperfect as an oppositional polarity. It's more that it rings true. Some of you may have bought a Vajra and a bell. And traditionally, when you go to the store or the stall to buy a bell, you ring it, and then as the vibration's coming out, you open your mouth, you go, oh, 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 and increase the vibration. And then you can see, does it ring true? Does it have a pure note? Because when they cast the bell, sometimes it's not very well made and the note is off. The sound fragments and it can be jarring on the ears. But if the bell is well made, the tone is pure. So when something is perfect, it is what it is. It's perfect. And what this means is, don't do anything. Don't interfere. Don't try to improve. Awareness itself and what shines in awareness is what it is. That's why this, in some of the texts it says that the mind itself is not improved by the good thoughts of all the Buddhas, and it's not contaminated or damaged by the bad thoughts of sentient beings. Awareness is just here, and this is arising. And if you don't enter into judgment, if you don't manifest a bias, that is to say, in terms of what we looked at yesterday, if you don't enter into consciousness, evaluating, is this good or is this bad? If you stay with the mirror-like awareness, it's simply what is reflected. It's like this, it's like this, it's like this. So this is the pre-conceptual intrinsic perfection of everything. As soon as you apply concepts, then you have good, bad, right, wrong, all the polarities are come into existence. But in the instant of manifestation, everything just is like this. If I go for a walk down the street, because London is a very dirty place, people throw their rubbish on the pavement, they let their dog shit on the pavement. We say, this is dirty. We say, this is bad. We say, fuck, what are these people thinking about? Does nobody care about anyone else? Many, many thoughts can arise in response to the judgment. This is rubbish. This is litter. This should not be here. But if you walk down the street in your presence, in your awareness, you see light shining after the rain on the dog shit. You see the color, you see the shape. It's like a little mini sculpture. That's what it is, that's what you see. You see the paper bag from the crisps the school kids have been eating and they've thrown away. It has color, it has shape, it's crunched by their hand. If you see it, it is a particular shaping. But we don't leave it there. We don't let it be as it is. We take that appearance into our frame of reference, into our interpretive matrix, and then we evaluate it according to our concern. And we say, look what the children do now. If I had done that when I was a child, I would have been in trouble. But nowadays, what does that tell you? It tells you you're getting old. That's all. There is no truth in these opinions. So Very important to understand what it means by perfection. It means the simplicity of appearance before interpretation. So this goes back to the first level of ignorance. When something arises, whether it seems to be outside or inside, some memory or thought comes and goes. Each moment with phenomena is changing and changing and changing, because phenomena are always shifting. We know this because if you are walking down the street and you're looking at what's outside, you don't really see your thoughts so much. If you're sitting in meditation and you're not moving your head, then what you see is not shifting so much, but you become more aware your thoughts and feelings are shifting. Anyway, movement is occurring. What is it? If you stay with the freshness, then it's what the text called clarity, salva. It's the shining revealing of just this. What is it? It's clarity. No. What is it? So if clarity is not enough, is the bright, immediate luminosity enough? If it's not enough, then you come into naming, judging, evaluating, and having an affective response. So then you say, this rubbish on the street is terrible. I don't know how people can live with themselves when they behave this way. Are we animals? Are we? People get angry. What is it? The thought it's rubbish, the thought that it's bad, is your mental activity. Your mental activity. This is what we looked at just before the break, the third level of ignorance, which is the ignorance of naming everything. The packet of potato chips that's lying on the pavement is rubbish. It shouldn't be there. It is in the wrong place. You should put that in the dustbin. That's what the dustbins are for. Pick it up and put it in the dustbin. That is mental activity. What is there? Shape and color. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't pick it up and put it in the dustbin. This is my mental activity. This is what I choose to do in relation to what I choose to call rubbish. It is not intrinsically rubbish. It is rubbish according to my interpretation. So this is very, very important to see. This is my mind. Say everything in samsara and nirvana is created by the mind. The mind is chief. So if you watch your own mind, you see how you can give yourself a really hard time, how you can make life very difficult for yourself. You can get outraged. How can they do this? How can they do this? The answer is very similar, but simple. They have the karma to do it. How can President Trump behave in that way? Very easily. Clearly, he enjoys being himself. He doesn't have a problem with it. He knows he's better than anyone else. He knows he's entitled to do whatever he wants, so he does it, and he has a great time. He doesn't seem to be racked with self-doubt. I can't imagine he's taking antidepressants. Maybe Joe Biden is taking antidepressants, but not Donald Trump. He is how he is. Then you have your opinion. You support him or you don't support him. You judge him in this way or that way. This is the light going through this fractured crystal. You're adding judgment and opinion according to your own structure. This is showing you. It's not showing you Donald Trump. So this is Dzogchen meditation. It's not like that you have to sit on a cushion. It's to observe your mind as you interact with the environment. you see what you are up to. So this is called rangsang, which means your own falsity. You observe your own falsity because you say Donald Trump is just such a fucking idiot. That's my opinion. He is what he is. He's happy being him. He's happy being him. My opinion doesn't stick onto him. I know the truth about him. Look what he's doing. How crazy. This is me. This is not him. Like, oh, I think I'm talking about the object, but this is the subject. This is the subject. When you recognize that, then you start to be able to see the turbulence of your own mind, the limitation of your own mind, the way in which you fabricate particular positions and interpretations. Then you see, oh, I am obscuring the world. I am not seeing clearly because I project my belief and my interpretation onto the world. So Garab Dorji's first point is to be introduced, or to introduce yourself to your own mind as it is. So in my hand, I've got a cup, and inside I have some cold herbal tea. So this is my cup of tea. When I finish it, I can wash it and put something else inside. It is a cup. Situationally, in this moment, it's a cup of cold herbal tea. It is a teacup. It is not always a teacup, but due to causes and conditions, at the moment it has in it herbal tea. So it is a teacup for the moment. For the moment. So it's not intrinsically a teacup. The cup is a potential, and the potential is open to a dialogic relationship. If I put in coffee, if I put in apple juice, whatever I put in it, the cup is willing to make a relationship with what is now its content. It didn't choose to have the apple juice put inside. It didn't say, oh, James, I'm tired of tea. Come on, please put in the apple juice. Thank God, I've been waiting so long. Apple juice. Oh, that cup is never saying that. The cup is just a cup. This is your mind. Your mind is like the cup. Awareness is open. It has no prejudice, no bias, no interest. It's just there. What arises revealed by awareness is what we take to be good, bad, me, not me, and so on. This is the movement of reflections within the mirror of awareness. So what is important? The content of the reflection or the quality of the mirror? If you only look at the reflections change, and then you have the turbulence of reactivity. If you see the mirror as mirror, the mirror never changes, although the reflection changes. Then this is your mind. When someone smiles at me, I smile. If somebody speaks critically to me, I don't feel happy. So this ego self is like a reflection in a mirror. It's part of a conversation, a dialogue of relatedness, of interpenetration. But the awareness which reveals smiling or frowning or tears or sadness or joy, the mirror is just showing and just showing. It's like the cup. The cup just gets filled. The mind is just filled. Awareness has no doorkeeper. It has no option, no choice. It just shows. It is equal opportunity. It has no bias. Consciousness has bias. Consciousness is the mental operation which supports the continuity of the illusion that I exist as a separate ego self. This is my own falsity. Now, the intelligence of consciousness is formulatory. It forms opinions, it forms narrative, and it conveys these out to other people. Let me tell you about myself. Do you want to know my opinion about your plan for the next project? So we formulate some shape. Awareness doesn't do this. Awareness is just open. From awareness, the intrinsic potential of awareness arises. It's called Rigpit Cell. Cell means like the energy that goes through the crystal. It's a manifesting energy. And so if you're in a meeting, a business meeting, somebody says, what do you think about the project? You speak, you relate, you show. What do you show? Movement in relation to movement. You have your personality, your history. It is not the truth about you. This is a forming of your potential, which has a particular repetitive structuring in this life. You're this kind of a person. You studied these kind of issues. So everyone at work knows, oh, he always speaks about that aspect. That's what he's up about. That's what he believes in. She believes in. She's really keen on that. So she's going to talk about that. So the project and your mind arise and do their little dance, and then you say something. You give an opinion. It is sound and emptiness. Words come out of your mouth as the vibration of the wind. Hoo, 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 goes in people's ear. Hoo, 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 hoo. Then they understand it. Hoo, 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 hoo. They don't like it. Oh, it's very nice. Like this, we are pulsing and moving and dancing all the time. Nothing is established. If you try to convince your enemies that you're right, waste of time. If you can, try to collaborate with people who are able to collaborate. Then life's easy. If you have to collaborate with arseholes, that's really hard. So then you need to know what is going on. Who is speaking? Speaking is speaking. Who is speaking now? Now I'm speaking, but it's only in a conventional way we say James is speaking. Speaking is coming through me because I don't know what I'm going to say. The words come out through me. I am a vehicle. I'm like the cup. The cup fills from the inside. Most cups, they fill from the outside, but the James cup fills from the inside and flows out of his mouth. Too much James coming out and out and out. Who is doing this cup filling of James? This is awareness. This is Rigpit Cell, energy of life moving in connectivity. What is established? Nothing but connectivity. The function of manifestation is the interplay of manifestation. If you work, and you work in an organization where you have to produce reports and conclusions and bring a project to a proper end and go through the accounts and show that you made a profit or you did well, all of this is the movement of energy. Nothing is established. You stay awake late at night producing the fucking report, come in, you show people, you send it by email, but you print some hard copies, you hand it out, look, this is the report. People look through the executive summary on page 1. You put it on the table, say, yeah, oh, well, we'll think about it. They never think about it. Your work has gone nowhere. This happens to so many reports. What was the purpose of the work? Was a form of participation. There have been so many reports on climate change, and the government say, oh, this is incredibly important. This is called government in a public conference, on the podium, speaking in the microphone, it is that voice. When the government goes back to their own country, they are not on the podium, they are not speaking in the microphone, and what they say is completely different. Of course, we will change our carbon output on the podium. This is podium speech. This is in public. This is called lying and cheating. This is samsara. Why would you be surprised that governments lie and cheat? Are we that stupid? Are we little children? You want the government to tell the truth? Ay, ay, ay. It's a game of power and deception and play and illusion, the theater of illusion. We follow the middle way. We don't make it strongly real, but we don't become cynical. Too much irony is very bad for the heart. We say, okay, people are like that. What can we do in this situation? How can I be pliable, flexible, connective, and make the best of it? So this is how we have to work, the middle way between eternalism, it's strongly real, and a kind of nihilistic impermanence, kind of dissolution. There's nothing at all. No, we have to find the middle way. All the non-governmental organizations in the world are doing this all the time, negotiating. If they speak too strongly, they get blanked and nobody listens. If they don't speak strongly enough, nobody hears anyway. They have to tune their voice all the time to the energy of the moment, when to go forward, when to go back. This is called co-emergence, collaboration. Connectivity is the movement of compassion in the world. So in the great perfection, what is perfect is the moment of how it is. For example, you see a picture of a huge bit of a glacier coming into the sea, and then a huge bit of it just falls off. And now it's floating away. Now it's like an iceberg. Beautiful, terrible, beautiful. It is beautiful, and it's terrible. Aesthetically, it's beautiful. The light is glinting on the ice. Amazing. Little waves rippling around. It's terrible because the implication is more global warming, the more water, the water won't reflect as much sunlight as the ice, and so on and so on and so on. And now these eco people are having a heart attack because they know what it means according to their interpretation. Now, I say again, middle way. It's not that it's just beautiful because it's fucking terrible for us. It's not just fucking terrible because it's also beautiful. It happens. If you say it's only terrible, the governments will not listen. You have to find a skillful way. This is what is important. So in terms of the path, the more you understand the falseness of taking your opinion to be the truth, then you see that speech is the movement of energy which is connecting with other people, and therefore it is method or skillful means, and therefore you have to be connective in your speech. How do I work with this situation? If I claim to have the truth and you don't agree with me, that means, very simple logic, that means you are wrong. Now, when I tell you that you are wrong and I am right, you don't want to kiss me anymore. That's pretty obvious. So telling other people that they're wrong is not generally a good idea. You have to work with respect for their positioning, however it is. The position of Dzogchen is inclusive. Everything is valid. And people who take a strong view of truth and say, this is terrible and scientific evidence has shown, and if you don't follow the science, you will be feeding disaster. This is feeding conflict, and conflict usually doesn't change very much. So collaboration arises from an integrative field in which many voices are moving. And we see this in our life. That's why Dzogchen is very, very practical. It's the energy as it emerges in the field of emergence. And you participate with your potential with other people. They have their potential. And so you have to keep reviewing what is possible. And things will suddenly change, like China saying it's going to really increase its use of non-organic fuels very soon. It's going to have a lot more wind power and so on. Something happens in the internal considerations of the Communist Party in China. They have their own internal dynamic, and clearly protesters on the street don't influence these people very much. But information that would tell them that if they want to preserve their power and their domination, they should do this, that probably will speak to them. It's difficult to be an easy government of very unhappy citizens. Better to have happy citizens. So you want to have cheap fuel. And if you use a lot of carbon making electricity, then you don't want to have so many cars, but the people becoming wealthier in China all want to have cars. So if you want to let them have cars, you can't be burning coal in order to generate the electricity. What do governments say? Make the people happy. So you can see the logic of how they make their decisions. This is called this network of emergence. So when you look at your mind, like Gyalpo Dorji says, awaken to awareness, which is naked, fresh, unborn, and has no fixed content, like the mirror. Then in that mirror, many different showings arise. These are not you, and they are you simultaneously. They are not you as an ego identity, a personal separated identity, but they are you as your experience of the luminosity of the ground. I am the open ground. I am the luminosity of the ground, the entire field of experience which arises. And then within that, I am this movement of the energy of participation in this body. This body and the room I'm in and the street I live on and the whole life of London is arising together. And everywhere I go, moment by moment, I am in the field. I'm in the field. I'm always here with whatever is arising. So these three aspects of open, empty spaciousness, which is the ground, immediate arising of the clarity of the field, which is subject and object displayed together. And then thirdly, it's described traditionally as all-pervasive compassion, is my participation with everything. So when you walk down the street, you hear sounds, you hear cars, you hear a bus, you hear maybe a train tooting in the distance, you see dogs and cats, you see all kinds of things. This is your compassion. That is to say, you have a reaction, you have a communication. In this context, in Dzogchen, compassion means connectivity. When you break connectivity, then you enter into judgment. You say, this is good or this is bad. Connectivity means you start from connection and you work with that connectivity. You find a way to relate to what is going on, because what is going on is not an object. Subject and object is a misinterpretation. This is an expression of our own falsity. We are moving in space. Since you got up this morning, you have been moving in space. When you go to your kitchen, depends on the layout of the kitchen, what kind of cooker you have. If you want to make coffee, do you use a cafetiere? Do you put it in the bottom of a cup and pour on boiling water? Do you have a percolator? There are many ways to make coffee, many kinds of tea. Some people put the milk in before the tea. Some people put the tea in and then add the milk. Connectivity, patterns, what your mother did. Some people follow what their mother did. Some people decide, I never do what my mother did. I hated my mother, so I only do it my own way. Who can determine these diversity of patterns? So the path is again and again to observe how you split the world into subject on the inside and object on the outside. There are no fixed objects. Everything you see is the dynamic in this moment radiance of the potential of the ground. When you think about it, when you consider it to be other than you, separate from you, existing in itself, then subject and object split. That's also a way of talking. If you understand subject and object as a narrative mode, as a trope, then you can play with it. But if you're trapped in it, if you feel I am the subject and you are the object and I'm going to tell you who you are and you shouldn't do that, then you're in a bad situation. Because you have cut the connection. You have hidden from yourself the interconnectivity that the field arises all at once. You've taken up a position of separation, and now you're trying to work out what is around. It's a lot of effort. This is what consciousness does. It's always trying to make meaning. Awareness doesn't make any meaning because it sees immediately the intuitive direct meaning. Everything is meaningful. Everything is meaningful as it is. But when you enter into judgment, when you build up an image of this is good or that is bad, then you have a different situation. So you can observe this for yourself. Now, the main place that we practice this is in our meditation, where we sit and experience is occurring and we let it occur. The main instruction for the meditation is don't enter into judgment and don't enter into reactivity. However you take something to be, observe, I am taking it to be. I am taking this arising and pulling it into my frame of reference. Leave it alone. Leave it as it is, stay with it as it is, and it arises and passes. So, we can do a little bit of meditation together just now. You just sit in a comfortable position, letting your spine carry your weight so that the weight of your head is going down through your spine, muscles relaxed. Usually we do this with our gaze open into the space in front of us. We're not staring at a distant wall, we're just allowing the gaze to rest open. It's not, as soon as your gaze locks onto something, it will be subject and object. But if you could keep the gaze relaxed and open, resting in space, then if you like, object side and subject side are moving together, but you are not locked into subject onto object. Then whatever arises, whether it seems to be sensation or perception through the senses, don't do anything. Whatever comes, comes. Whatever goes, goes. Now, this might sound completely stupid because all our life people have been telling us to try hard and do your best and it's up to you. You've got to make your way in life. And so doing things and trying things seems very important. But here, this is completely different. This is relax, open, and allow movement to move. Remember the two basic aspects of life: stillness, which is the unborn, unchanging ground and the unchanging awareness, and movement, which is everything else, the clarity of appearance and the movement of connectivity. These are both movement. The mind is like space, and the movement takes on the form of earth, water, fire, and wind in the various permutations they have. So whatever is occurring, just let it be. Okay, so we sit like this for a little. And if you find yourself getting trapped in stuff, or if you feel, I don't know what I'm doing, relax into the out breath, open into the space, and then just be with whatever's occurring. Okay. So the Tibetan word for Buddha is Sangye. Sang means to purify and Gye means to increase or to fill. So generally it means to purify all your faults and limitations and then to be filled with all the good qualities of the Buddha, the paramitas, great compassion and so on. In the Dzogchen tradition though, we talk of kada, primordial purity, the intrinsic purity of the ground, and we are not separate from the ground. So the purification is already there. There is nothing to purify. And when we talk also of this instant presence or effortlessly arising, hlundrup. So this is like the gye, the filling, which is part of the Buddha. We immediately full, infinitely empty and pure, and infinitely full and ungraspable. And these two are united from the very beginning. This is why how we are is described as Ye Sangye, primordial Buddha. Each of us is primordial Buddhahood. If you didn't have the quality of Buddha, how would you get it? Would you find it somewhere else? Then it would be not you. If you think it's hidden inside you and you have to take the dirt off, then you are existing as both dirt and Buddha. But Buddha has never been contaminated. We have to remember, Buddha Shakyamuni said many, many times, all compounded things are impermanent. So if Buddhahood was compounded, if it was created and brought together and made, it would last for a while and then vanish. Awakening is infinite. It has no limit to, not of time or space. So when we sit in the meditation, many things are arising and passing, and we get involved. Why do we get involved? For three reasons. Firstly, we think they are real and we are real. We are still living in duality. Secondly, we think some things are good. This leads to desire. Thirdly, we think some things are not so good. This leads to aversion or dislike or anger. So you have consolidation, and then you have appropriation, pulling the things I like into me, or aversion, pushing the things I don't like away from me. So these are the three root poisons, and this is what we get in the meditation. Trouble in meditation arises because we substantialize what is there. If your mind, your presence doesn't move, you will see that everything is moving. But if your consciousness chases after phenomena, the very fact that consciousness is moving creates the illusion that what you're thinking about is permanent. So you might think, oh, why did I do that yesterday? I shouldn't have done that. I made a big mistake. Yesterday is gone. Yesterday does not exist. But I think I did something very bad. Now I am troubled about yesterday. What can I do? Yesterday is gone. So in this way, I turn yesterday into something strongly real, like a real place I can go to. I can get a plane to Berlin. I can go in my mind to yesterday. Oh no, that was very bad. So I have the reification, the solidification of my idea of yesterday, and then massaged into it, I have the affective feel, oh, that was a terrible mistake. Or yesterday I met this amazing person. We had such a nice time. I hope they like me. Maybe I'll see them again. Then you have desire and the potential for happiness because you have consolidated this moment of meeting with someone and a conversation and the light of your eyes meeting and so on. And now you think, oh, they are so wonderful. I need them in my life. I need them in my life. They are a thing I can get hold of. This is how to destroy a relationship. Things arise and pass, and we don't know if they're going to last, and we do what we can, and maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't work out. But it has a kind of quality of participation, of energy. Another person is not a thing you can get. So when we're doing the practice, we stay everything, our mind from the very beginning is Buddha. Everything which is arising is the display of the ground. But in my own falsity, I don't see the occurrence as the radiance of the ground. I think it is this, which is good. It is that, which is bad. This is my mind under the power of ignorance. Ignorance is ignoring the ground. When the ground is ignored, we imagine that illusory phenomena are truly existing, and this is our delusion. The exit from this is to observe the belief that they are existing and see a belief is a movement of the mind. It's always moving. Manifestation is movement. Thoughts come and go, sensations come and go, dogs in the street come and go, birds in the sky come and go, the wind in the trees comes and goes. Every aspect of manifestation is changing. The color of the house opposite me is changing as the clouds move across the sky, some thick, some thin, the level of illumination on the bricks changes. Movement. So we become false, or we cheat ourselves by believing that something is inherently real. This goes back to the first level of ignorance we looked at before. So again and again, when you feel this definite knowledge arising, when you feel the emotion of a strong opinion, good, bad, right, wrong, I'm lost. I'm lost. This is an auto-intoxication. This is like a kind of mini psychosis. I've entered a world of delusion in which I believe that something is truly real when it is not. But if I don't follow it, it vanishes. The delusion which rises up like a monster out of the sea going to catch me dissolves back into the sea. It was a wave. It wasn't a shark, just a wave. But if I think it's a shark, I'm swimming away and the very turbulence of my movement is going to get me drowned. Just stay with whatever comes. And this is hard to do because we are energized creatures. Our energy body system is already vibrating with hopes and fears. So we have to get closer to our embodied self. And the best way to do that is to sit and to observe how your body changes, how you can be energized or sad or depressed. Don't enter into a judgment. When you're depressed and your body feels heavy, stay with that. Then you find what is depression. If you find yourself overtaken with jealousy, stay with that. With pride, with anger, whatever is arising, don't make it the enemy, otherwise you're back in duality. Stay present with what is arising, not merged in it, not standing apart and judging it, but just with it. And then you start to taste the freshness of each of these moments as it's occurring. This is what you read in the text as salva, as clarity. The clarity of the mind is the immediate showing of all these varieties of flavors and colors and emotions coming and going. Don't freeze it. Let the water flow. It's in the nature of water to flow. If you freeze it, you get a cube of ice. Then you have your strong opinion. This person is wonderful. This person is terrible. People change according to circumstances. Everyone is water. Every cat is water. Every dog is water. Every bird is water. Every tree is water. It's flowing, 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 flowing. So no one can do this for you. You have to do this yourself. But it's not something you do. You have to not do. This is a deconstructive practice. You have already constructed so much. By staying present with the energy of construction and not engaging with it, construction dissolves. And there is space, and then the next, and the next, and the next. No inherent existence. Nothing is strongly real, but it appears. Emptiness and appearance, emptiness and clarity, emptiness and awareness. No substance, no essence as a substantial reality. Light, movement, joy. Okay, so we have a break now for 1 hour, and then we come back for our final session. So I see you then. Bye for now. So we can continue. So in relation to meditation, we have the second point of Garab Dorji, which is not to remain in doubt or to be clear with this is just how it is. So in Dzogchen, this means that you stay with whatever is occurring, allowing it to occur without hope or fear, without ambition. The situation manifests and you're there with it. If you are following a path which is going from somewhere to somewhere else, then you can have the confidence that there will be signs along the road that will show you 200 kilometers to get there, 150 kilometers, 100 kilometers, and so on. You have markers on the way that indicate you're making progress. Because in this practice, we're not making effort and we're not trying to get somewhere, very often people become disheartened. They think, I'm not making any progress. My mind is just the way it was. And they feel a need to do something. But then, of course, we need to remember the paramitas, that we have the generosity of giving ourselves to the practice, the patience to stay with the practice, and the various qualities of endurance that allow us just to do what we do. And what we do is nothing, we just sit. Movement is occurring. If your mind moves, you will be in dualistic consciousness. When your mind doesn't move, then you are in open awareness. This is the only choice. Having recognized that from the very beginning, your own mind has no essence or substance to it, by not doing anything, you release yourself from the compulsion, the karmic compulsion to be busy, to engage, to have intention, and you allow the self-liberating of the phenomena to occur. Thoughts, feelings, memories, perceptions arise and pass, arise and pass. They go by themselves. Because they're going, you don't need to push them away. Because they're going, you can't hang on to them because they're going. So often it takes us a little bit of time to really recognize, oh, this is how it is. Because they're going, I don't need to be active. I cannot hang on to anything. What I catch is like in India, where when I was living there, on the walls we had these gecko lizards, and they would run up and down on the wall. And sometimes they would be there, and suddenly they don't have any tail, because maybe the cat in the garden had tried to catch them. And if they grab the tail, it just lets go of the tail and runs away. So this is like our mind. You think you're going to catch the thing which is arising, but boom, it's vanished, and you got the tail. The tail by itself doesn't do anything. So the more this happens, you just let it go. It is going to go. Everything goes. But it doesn't leave a big hole, because next moment is full, and next moment is full. This is what Hlundrup, this effortlessly arising, means. It's a continuous stream of this and this and this and this. And if you turn this into that and look after it, it's gone. So the meditation instruction is always, don't go after past thoughts. Don't wait expectantly for future thoughts. Stay present with whatever is occurring. So Gaurav Dorji is saying, don't enter into doubt, because if you enter into doubt, it means you think about something. Why am I doing this? Is this the right way? What should I be doing? The instruction is very simple. How can you get enlightened doing such a simple thing? Well, if that thought arises in your mind, you have to remember the example of Prince Siddhartha, that after he left home, he spent these many years wandering around in this desert river area, the Naranja River. In summer, it's very, very hot and desolate. He did all kinds of exercises, yoga, meditation, fasting, and so on. And in the end, he came and he sat under the Bodhi tree and he said, I'm not going to move. He sat on a comfortable seat. He had been given some sweet rice pudding by a woman from the village. And he just sat and he said, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to move. And by that not moving, he became more aware of the movement of the mind. So when you see a painting of that, you see the Buddha sitting, or Prince Siddhartha sitting. He's not yet the Buddha. And the Maras come. Some are violent and aggressive. Some are sexual and seductive. Some are terrifying. And he doesn't respond. He's not drawn through desire. He's not pushed by aversion. He just sits and they go by. And he touches the earth and says, as the earth is my witness, I'm not moving. So this is exactly the practice of Dzogchen. Non-reactivity, which means non-identification, not identifying with what seems to be coming to me, not identifying with the subjective response which arises. Both subject and object forms are reflections in the mirror. Let them come and let them go. So in this way, what we experience is not a progression, but a gradual thinning of the impulse towards involvement, a gradual reduction of the energy of arousal. When you see that whatever arises vanishes, then you have to think, why do I spend so much trying to get something which vanishes? Instead of trying to get it, to have it, to make it mine, perhaps I can just very subtly, like tilting, I can shift my energy towards appreciation. This appreciation is the quality of enjoyment. So whatever is arising in its movement is shining and bright, even if it's sadness or fear. There is a bright quality to the immediacy of it. Stay with that. And this gradually manifests as what's called the Sambhogakaya, the radiance of the Buddha's participation on the level of clarity and immediate presence. When you recognize your mind itself, when you awaken to it, that's the Dharmakaya. Then from this, you have the presence in the clarity. This is the Sambhogakaya. And then thirdly, third point of Garab Dorji is just to continue in this way. Don't try to change it. Don't try to improve it. We live in a world where there are many, many possibilities. There are all kinds of spiritual groups and spiritual practices, activities which promise a good result. But we follow the path of simple presence. And this presence brings the reward of an unchanging clarity. If you go after different methods, you can learn how to do this and to do that and to do the other. But if you do it out of a sense of lack, you get lost. For example, if you're connected with the Dharma group, you might be interested in learning how to make tormas. Sometimes they're carved with wood and you paint them, or they're made with tsamba and so on, and then you paint them with butter. They have different kinds of tormas for different functions. The key thing in any Dharma activity, whether it's learning to play the cymbals or the trumpet or to do mudras, if there is an egoic intention, if there is an ego gratification in doing this, if you feel that you are a better person or a more interesting person or a more accomplished person, then it's unhelpful. But moment by moment, the potential of your life is manifesting. This potential can take on all kinds of forms. And if you have the time and the interest, we can take on this Dharma activity function. Whether you devote your life to learning how to make samosas or make a good chapati or make a torma, it doesn't make any difference. Why? Because these are activities. If you make your own bread, there are many stages of that. You have the flour and the water and the kneading and the waiting and this and that. You have a sequence of processes. Same with making a torma. Oh, but the torma is very holy and the bread is not holy. Who says? Oh, the torma is Buddhist and the bread is not Buddhist. Who says? Everything arises from the same ground. Everything is a manifestation of Dharma. So whether you are engaging in so-called Dharma activity or worldly activity, the main point is to see all energy arises from the ground, and you can participate in that movement of energy or not. When we sit, we're allowing the movement to pass by, to pass through. We're not engaged. When you come to the end of the sitting moment, you relate to the movement of energy and it carries you. Carries you here, there, doing ordinary things, paying your bills, feeding the cat, going for a walk, or doing some, maybe if you have a shrine, you might want to clean the bowls. Whatever you're doing is the interplay of energy manifesting as subject in a world of object. And as long as the subject is linked to the field and the field is linked to emptiness, there is no problem at all. Remember, ignorance is taking an arising to be something in itself, to cut it off from its own ground. This is the falseness or the delusion of misperception, not seeing how it is, but imagining it to be a thing. So there is a link between meditation and activity. In some practices, you have holy Dharma activity, and then you have ordinary activity. As you move up through the higher tantras, you enter into the visualization of the mandala and then take the flavor of this into the world, so that you see everything is the body of Tara. All sound is Tara's mantra, and so on. You're taking ordinary perception and you're transforming it through linking it with the sense that this is Tara. When you do that kind of practice, you often have a conflict because you have your habitual identification and you have your Dharma interpretation. So I have a cup of tea and I have a cup of Tara. So I can drink my Tara or I can drink my tea. Oh, this is not really a cup of tea. Really, this is the form of Tara. So you must drink Tara. Tara as tea. Tara, in her infinite compassion, is showing herself as tea. And she could also be coffee, depending on your issue, because she's very, very compassionate. She doesn't mind. But you can see that there's a potential for artificiality in that, because you are having to consciously transform the familiar form, the familiar interpretation, almost like you're having to wake up from the dream. You're in the assumption, oh, this is my tea. Oh, no, Tara. Oh, sorry. Holy Tara. Sorry. These are my shoes. Oh, Tara. You don't mind me standing on you, Tara? No. Okay, Tara. So there's a kind of over-intentionality in that. In Dzogchen, the key thing is relax into the ground. The ground is the source of everything. So your mind merges with the ground. Your mind is part of the field of participation, and your mind is the participation. In Tibetan, this is called Ngowo Rangjin Tukji. Ngowo means like the truth or the essence. It's linked to the face. It's your own original face. It's how you are, which is emptiness. From this, you have Rangjin, which is like the display or the nature. It's like the complexion of your face. The potential of your face, which could go in all kinds of expressions, shows itself as its complexion. You're healthy or not healthy, you look tired or energetic. The face and the complexion are not very different. So this is the emptiness, is the face itself, and the complexion is the clarity of the mind. So this is Rigtong, awareness and emptiness, and then Saltong, clarity and emptiness. And then thirdly, we have Tukche, this infinite, all-pervading compassion, which is the energy of connectivity. So as you're moving in the world, you are not moving on the world, you're not moving through the world, you are the movement of the world. As we looked before, when you walk down the street, every step you take is the revealing of the street. The street and you are arising together. It's not that the street is there objectively and you walk down in your little body and see, oh, this is a house, this is a car. That is conceptual. That is how you make your story about it. So when you get up from the meditation, because you've been sitting with your eyes open, you're already here. So you're moving in this field of light, which you are part of. And then if you're going to go outside, you're shifting the amount of freshness, because you're walking down the street and this is coming, new waves. I cannot work it out. I cannot sort it out. I don't have to manage it. It is self-arising and self-vanishing. So the egos need to be in charge, to know what is going on, to be able to make sense of what is occurring. Gradually this diminishes. So this is the sign of practice in Dzogchen, that you increasingly trust spontaneity. Not your spontaneity, but the spontaneity of the field which manifests in what you would ordinarily consider to be yourself. The big problem, the root problem, the root self-deception is the sense that I exist apart from everything else. I am an individual autonomous agent. The truth of my individual self is that its root is empty. It arises in the shared field of clarity, and it moves in the field of clarity. It never becomes something separate and apart. The ego is lonely because the ego is based on a lie. On the basis of thinking, I am just James, no one else in this whole country is James, no one else in the whole world is James, or the whole universe is James, only me. My father is dead, my mother is dead, poor me, and I'm getting old, I'm going to die, where will I go? This is the anxiety of the ego. Where do I belong? What will happen to me? The winds of time and fate blow across us. What will happen? What will happen? Oh, then we become very small and vibrating. Who am I? We sit. Oh, I am infinite emptiness. Oh, I am this bright field. Oh, I am this movement. The open, empty space is ungraspable. The bright field is ungraspable. This moving moment is ungraspable. I am ungraspable. I am not a thing, but I'm here, spontaneously, intuitively, in this flow. When I start to conceptualize myself, I separate myself from the field. And what is very important to note here for meditation is concepts are not the enemy. It's how you take hold of the concept, how you use the concept. So, to use an ordinary example, in my kitchen, I have 2 pans which look the same. They are stainless steel pans, each with a handle. And the handle of one of the pans is fixed onto the pan in such a way that it doesn't get hot. The handle of the other pan, when you heat the pan, the handle gets hot. So I have to remember, this handle will be hot. So I have to put a cloth around the handle if I want to lift the boiling whatever off it. The handle is not bad. The handle will burn my hand if I forget the handle. There's a fucking pan, stupid, who would design this? Then the mind is jumping here, there, and everywhere. There's nothing wrong. The pan is just a pan. I forgot. I didn't look. So perception is the precision of this moment. And if I see, oh, it's this pan, then I put the cloth and I don't get any trouble. So it's the same with the concept. If you lift concepts, if you allow concepts to move and you collaborate with them, if you work with the circumstance of the concept, you don't get burned. But if you grab the concept and you think the concept is telling you the truth about the situation, then it's difficult. So you can find this out for yourself. It's not hidden or esoteric. You don't need some special initiation in order to see this. You just look at your own mind. You know what it's like to get lost in thoughts about the past or worrying about the future. Maybe you go to the doctor and they refer you to the hospital for some tests and you start to think, oh gosh, what is going to happen? And more thoughts come. And you think, oh, the thoughts, the troubling thoughts seem to catch me because I am catchable. So then if you're sitting in the practice, you can observe trying to stay open, but you become catchable and the thought takes you again. Oh, so in that moment, don't try to change anything. Don't change the content of the mind. but just stay present. And again, you get caught and carried, caught and carried. So the more you sit like that, you see, oh, there is a consolidation of my sense of self. That is to say, the subtle feeling of fear and anxiety is becoming merged in the energy that is arising so that it starts to vibrate. And when you have the vibration, excuse me, on the subject side, the corresponding vibration on the object side locks together. And now I'm off worrying, oh my God, what is this? I have to have a scan, maybe I'm going to die, and what should I do? We don't know what will happen. We don't know what the hospital will say. Whether you think you're going to die very quickly, or you've got cancer, or you've got something wrong with your brain, or something, have to take your heart out and give you a pig's heart instead. Whatever you imagine might happen, you don't know. So are you amusing yourself by telling yourself a short story? Once upon a time, there was an aging man who had to live with not only a pig's heart, but a dog's heart and a chicken's heart at the same time. Now he had 3 hearts, pom, 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 pom. So every time he walked down the road, he was walking very uncertain. People think, poor drunk old man, but it's because I have 3 hearts. My little chicken heart, it goes too quickly. Like that, there's a story. Think, oh, this is the imagination, the human mind, woof, 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 thought after thought. It's not true. I can fall into the story and then I'm carried away. Like when they put a ring in the nose of a bull and then they can tie a rope to pull the bull, because it's often very stubborn. So when the ego formation arises, it's always born with a ring in its nose. Anything can pull you in different directions. Awareness has no ring, no nose, completely clear, but you get caught. So the key thing here is don't see being caught or being lost as a problem. Use it to stay with the experience of being caught. How is this? If you say, what is it? You come to a conclusion. It becomes solid and you become trapped inside it. But if you can say how, then you're looking at the process of thickening, of freezing, of congealing. So when your mind is thickening, when you start to worry, you become more sticky. You become more dense and heavy. Who is dense and heavy? Illusion. There is no ego self. The ego self is a thickened pattern of the potential of the mind. So say, for example, you're wanting to make a sauce. Just a very simple sauce. You have some butter and some flour and you heat it up in the pan a little bit, and then you add little bits of water and stir this in, and gradually you start to have a sauce. But maybe it becomes too thick. So what do? You add water. You add water. What is water? Water is the energy of flow. So when the thick sauce that is starting to stick to the bottom of the pan and burn has more water added, and you stir it around, it won't burn, and the sauce will gradually soften. But you have to do it carefully because you don't want lumps. So this is the same with yourself in the meditation. You add the water of the awareness of the flow of experience, self-arising, self-vanishing, self-arising, self-vanishing. This is the flow of life. And the more you stay in touch with this energy of the flow, which is just there by itself, no one is doing it, then this sticky sauce of yourself, this glue of yourself, will dissolve. It's not dissolved by you, it's dissolved by the flow of experience. So you are not doing it, because if you do it, you're back with duality. There is a bad object. I need to change the object. I'm going to do this. If you enter into that, it's just another theater. It's a story. All that ignorance produces is stories. And what is a story? It's this and this and this and this. Once upon a time, there was a boy. He didn't like to go to school, but he had to, da, 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 on and on and on and on. One thought, vanish. One thought, vanish. One word, thought, vanish. That's all it is. It is a pattern, like a pattern in the clouds. You look in the clouds in the summertime, you see an elephant, you see a house, you see a bus. Nothing is there, but you see the pattern. The pattern is identified in the cloud. There's no real pattern in the cloud because the cloud has no substance to support a real thing, and yet it is as if there is an elephant. It is as if. So we say, once upon a time, long, long ago, in a distant land, there was a large, large oak tree. This oak tree was so old and the branches were so wide that many animals would come in the evening to sleep under it. Sheep would come, ducks would come, lions would come. But the rule of the tree was, we are all friends. So the lion didn't eat the sheep. That is the beginning of a story. You make a big story. What is it? It's nothing but a pattern. So when you imagine a story, or when you imagine your past, or when you imagine your future, these are patterns. They have feeling. You feel something with the story. They bring about some energetic shift in your relation with the world, but nothing is established. So this is very important. There's nothing there to get rid of, but like with the pan, with the burning handle, you have to lift it the right way. If you fall into the story and you believe it, then you become imprisoned. If you don't believe it and you try not to be involved, you don't have much of a life, because imagination is part of life. But if you have to know, imagination is imagination. It doesn't make reality, but it makes the illusion of what we might take to be reality. When I talk, I am sharing illusions with you. All Dharma is illusion, because everything which arises from the ground is a magical apparition. That's what the primordial Buddha Samantabhadra says. It doesn't mean it's nothing at all, but it means it's illusion of patterning. So when we take our meditation into the world, because we have the view which we looked at, which is the view is to see your own falsity. Then we have the meditation, which is to stay present and allow the dissolving of the invested energy in your falsity. And then you have activity. Who is doing your life? Of course, the quick answer is I do it. This is my life. I go to the shops. I talk to people. I write things. I read things. There is a doer of the activity. This is the understanding of samsara. This is the basis of karma. When you're sitting in the meditation, what happens is a lot is going on and you're not doing it. Thoughts are coming and going. Sensations come and go. Memories come and go. Plans come and go. In your mind, so it feels like me, but I didn't do it. I didn't ask these thoughts to come. I didn't make these thoughts come. They just arrived, but they seem to arrive in my mind. So we go back to Garab Dorji's first point. See your awareness as it is, which is to say naked, raw, and not a thing. If it's naked, it means not covered. So when you start to think about who is speaking and you interpret that as being yourself, this conclusion becomes a covering to the fact that words flow through us. Speaking is speaking. That's grammatically very strange to say, but the verb is verbing. The doing is doing. There isn't a doer doing the doing. The doing is the doing. Speaking is speaking. Walking is walking. Sleeping is sleeping. Now you have to look for yourself and see that this is true. Your phone rings, you pick it up, and some friend says, hello, and you start to talk. Oh, hi, no, I haven't heard from you for a while. The words come through you. You didn't know you were going to say that. You didn't plan you were going to say it. You found yourself speaking. Who is speaking? Your individual personal identity is, as it were, the vehicle or the medium through which the connectivity, the non-dual connectivity is arising. Remember, the openness, the field of clarity, and the energy of connectivity. So, in this bright field of emergence, the phone is ringing, you pick up the phone, hello, you hear this sound coming in your ear, you start to speak, and the conversation is moving. This is a pulsation. Who is speaking to whom? You can give a story, but the actuality is sound is coming into you, sound is coming out of you. Sound in, sound out, sound in, sound out, pulsation. Who is doing it? It's happening. It flows through you. You are the site, you are the situation, you are the medium for the movement of the energy of all the Buddhas. So when we start to study Dharma, maybe we first learn, say, about Chenrezi. Chenrezi is white in color, usually depicted with 4 arms, sometimes with many, many arms. Looks very smiley, very clean, nice ornaments. Chenrezi is the manifestation of the compassion of all the Buddhas. Oh, so who is Chenrezi? He is the manifestation of the compassion of all the Buddhas. Yeah, but who is he? He's not anyone. The compassion of all the Buddhas manifests as Chenrezi. So when Chenrezi speaks, all the Buddhas speak through Chenrezi. When Chenrezi smiles, all the Buddhas smile through Chenrezi. Oh, okay. So what about Manjushri? He's got a sword. He's somebody who decides things. Manjushri is the presence of the bright wisdom intelligence of all the Buddhas. Yeah, but who is he? Oh, he is just the manifestation of the bright intelligence of all the Buddhas. But what does he do? He manifests the bright wisdom intelligence of all the Buddhas. Manjushri is not a person. Avalokiteshvara is not a person. Padmasambhava is not a person, and you are not a person. The thought that you are a person is a confusion. Even in the Theravadan tradition, they would say that the Pudgala, the personhood, is a manifestation of the 5 skandhas. The 5 skandhas operate together: form, feeling, perception, association, consciousness. They're tumbling around, manifest as you. You are this tumbling. You are 5 factors moving together. You're not anyone. Absence of inherent existence. Dependent origination. So you can analyze these things from the outside, and you can see that the belief in an independent individual self is false. In Dzogchen, we do it directly by observing the moment of manifestation, and here you are, ever changing, and you're not doing it. So who is doing it? Who is doing it is an anxious question. Somebody must be doing it. Who's in charge? Who's in charge? Nobody's in charge. Non-duality means you don't have to be in charge because it's collaborative. We are very lucky to live at this time where we don't live in America, but we can learn from America, because Donald Trump is a very wonderful manifestation of the demented ego. He is clearly somebody who needs to have attention 24 hours a day. He has to be special, special when he's sick, special when he's healthy. Cameras on me, look at me, look at me, look at me. He is somebody with a hole in the bucket. No matter how much attention he gets, it drains away. He cannot metabolize attention and love and concern. So he's like a angry sibling, a small child who's got a big brother, and he believes big brother gets all mom's love. So he's always poking mom. Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Vote for me. Vote for me. And we see that so sad. This guy is crazy. He's absolutely crazy. He'd do anything to get attention. But this is very helpful for us because he shows the nature of the ego. The ego self is always emptying because the ego cannot hang on to what it has because it doesn't exist. It's an illusion. So the ego is always devouring the world to get more attention and more attention. This is the pathway of all dictators. You become a dictator because you want to have the whole country worried about who you're going to put in prison and if you're going to send people off to the gulag or the concentration camp. That's what dictators do. They are like a demonic form of the Buddhist mandala. In a Buddhist mandala, you have the central figure who's called the Tsowo, means the chief, the boss. And around them, you have these other figures, the supportive figures. So it's like a royal palace with the king or the queen and then all the courtiers. But in a mandala, there are no people. All of these forms are forms of energy. Padmasambhava is the energy of the mind of all the Buddhas of the three times. He's not a person. Tara is not a girl. You know, Dorji Pamo is not some crazy chick, you know. These are not people. We are not people. There are no people. There are no dogs or cats or whales or buffaloes. There are appearances of emptiness, which when you grasp at them, you project inherent existence into them. So the activity is how we participate in the world as the co-emergence of the ground. If you pull activity back to you and you say, I am walking, I am talking, I am doing this, and you don't recognize this is sound and emptiness, this is thought and emptiness. If you make it solid and real, you put yourself in a prison. What is very important to see here is that you don't have to change anything. It's not that there are bad things to be removed and good things to be added. Even if you are full of very oppressive habitual thoughts, these thoughts are empty. They cannot catch you because you don't exist. Oh, so who gets caught? Who gets caught? A thought gets caught. The thought of you, for example, you suddenly realize that you've treated someone very badly in your life and you feel remorse. Oh, why was I so unkind? I was so unkind. This is a pattern which arises. If you go back and you saw that person again, they might say, oh, these things happen, never mind. But now you think, oh, I was so bad. This is my story. I don't want to be like that. What are you doing? Thought and thought and thought and thought. They don't stay together enough. I have to have glue. What is my glue? Guilt. Guilt is a wonderful glue. I did that. Oh, shit. I did that. Glue yourself onto this bad action. Shame, that's also a very wonderful glue. Oh God, if anyone knew, they wouldn't like me. I'm so, Dorji Sempa, help me, help me, help me. I'm so bad. Dorji Sempa says, for God's sake, how many baths do you need? I sit on the top of your head, I piss on you, and you still don't get clean. What's the matter with you? It's because of my glue. My glue, I'm a bad boy. Huh? It's a glue. Subject and object, duality. Not only do they go separate, subject and object go apart, but it's like a terrible, bad relationship. I can't live with you, I can't live without you. So subject and object all come together, glue, 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 hate, 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 glue, 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 hate, hate, hate. You know this for yourself. This is how your mind is operating. Don't change anything. When this is occurring in your mind, this is the drama of the unfolding of the patterning of energy. So in the Tibetan Buddhist pantheon, we have wrathful gods. We have gods who are surrounded by flames, who are trampling on demons, who have got necklaces of skulls, who have blood in their mouths, a great skull cup full of blood. Scary, much more scary than we can be. We have very sexy goddesses. We have some male deities with an erect penis. You have all kinds of erotic and violent and seductive and peaceful and kind. You have every flavor, the 100 peaceful and wrathful deities. They are representing every possible patterning of life. So however you are, this is also the divine emergence of the beauty of the ground. In Dzogchen, we don't talk about it as divine so much. That's more the language of Tantra. But it's the same principle. There is only one ground. The ground is open and pure. And everything which arises is just that energy. If you think it's good, you can't hang on to it because it's vanishing. If you think it's bad, you don't need to get rid of it because it's going. You think you are very bad. That's a thought. The thought lasts 2 seconds and then it's gone. Then you think it again, you think it again, you think it again. You get obsessive compulsive disorder, repetitive thought disorder. Why? Because you have to repeat it. Otherwise it's bad. I need to wash my hands. I need to wash my hands. I need to wash my hands. If you stop saying it and stop thinking, you need to wash your hands. Oh no, but I need to wash my hands. I need to wash my hands. Why? Because I need to wash my hands. Ah. You are calling the world into creation. This is the perverse creativity of the desire that something exists when it doesn't exist. So you have to try very, very hard to make the natural light of the mind, glorious, beautiful illumination, immediately clear. You have to turn this into a swamp so that you can sink in it. This is big, big activity. How to fuck yourself up. You beat yourself up. You split yourself, subject and object. I hate myself. In Britain, unfortunately, the rate of teenage suicide seems to rise every year. Teenagers cut themselves, they stab themselves, starve themselves, throw themselves into terrible sexual relationships. Why? Because they hate themselves. You have to think, how is it possible that a 12-year-old girl can hate herself? I hate my body. I hate my body. Wow. So what is that? In that terrifying moment, you see, this is duality. This is a subject taking themselves to be an object. And now the subject, I am trapped in this stupid body. That's why I'm not going to eat. So now, maybe this person is weighing 15 kilos, very, very light, they're very near death. But they insist, no, be more, maybe like 25 kilos, but they are insisting, I am too fat, I am too fat. The mother says no, the father says no, the doctors say no, please, you're going to die, you have to eat. No, I'm too fat. only I know the truth about me. This is so interesting, because this is also the flavor of the ego. If I believe what you say about me, then you have access to me in a way that I don't. So I have to trust you. And what I see then is, if I listen to what you say about me, and I trust that and believe it, then I am co-created with you, which of course we are. We are co-created in our family when we grow up. But when the girl says, I'm not going to eat, what she's saying is, I am me. I am me. And I'm going to decide who I am. This is a complete madness, because energy is always moving together. And if you try to draw a circle around yourself and say, I stand apart from the world, then you can see how many psychiatric disorders arise from this. The ego is part of the interplay or the manifestation of energy. It's a character in a play. It has no truth. So when you go to the theater and you sit down, and then the curtain opens and 2 or 3 people are on the stage and they start to interact, you're pulled into or invited into a belief that they are who they say they are. They are not, they are actors. They're doing this in order to put food in their mouths and because they like acting. But we have to believe that they are the character. So we can believe in things which are not true. This is the same with the ego. You believe that the ego is true. And then in this perverse drama of samsara, you maintain the false identity of the ego and resist awakening to the true identity of awareness. It is make-believe. It is pretending. It is as if. And we have a huge capacity to do that. This is the creativity of the mind. This is actually Rigpet Sal. This is the energy of awareness which arises as a potential. But like with my pan, if you take it the wrong way, if you grab the hot handle, then you say, this is me. Everything that happens is a proof I exist. Or if you take it carefully, you say, everything that happens, happens. Oh, I'm here aware of what is happening. I am aware that words are coming through me. I am aware that my hands are moving. I'm not moving my hands are moving. For I don't know why. Anyway, they move. Words are coming out of me. I'm aware of that. Who is making the words come out of me? It's not me. Not me. I'm not doing it. But I'm aware it's coming out of me. Oh, I, in its simplicity, is awareness. The movement of formation is the energy of manifestation in the field of manifestation. I am talking like this because I'm looking at a little green light on the top of my laptop. That's why I'm talking like this. In about 23 minutes, I will stop doing this. I will close the laptop and go for a walk and get some fresh air. But at the moment, in relation to the laptop, I'm doing this. It is a situational emergence. I emerge into the situation and do this. It's not intrinsic. This is not who I am. This is the energy of my hope to have connectivity with you, because who you are is the potential of connectivity. And if we can engage in mutual connectivity, together we dissolve this sense of being an isolated monad, a thing which exists by itself. This is the whole basis of Dharma transmission, whether it's an initiation or a Dzogchen transmission or a Theravadan teaching. It's always the same. Don't be apart. Be part of this. You are already part of this. Don't isolate yourself. Ignoring is isolating. Awareness is integration. It's already integrated. So this then brings us to the fourth aspect, which is the result. So you have these two lines that we've been looking at. You have the ground, the path, and the result, but you also have, as a division of the path, you have the view, the meditation, the activity, and the result. But in both cases, the result is the same. The result is that we are fully relaxed into openness. We lose openness by tensing. We have tension in our muscles, we have tension in the vibration of our prana system, we have the tension of emotions. So desire is a particular kind of tension, anxiety is another tension, pride, jealousy, and all the other kind of emotions like shame, confusion, regret, remorse. All of these are vibratory. They're a kind of tuning of something. You're not really relaxed, you're sort of buzzing with something. You don't need to get rid of this. Let the vibration vibrate and it passes. Don't block the arising and don't block the vanishing. The problem is when you interfere, when you try to change it, when you think it should be different. How can it be the Dzogchen teaching says that if I'm simply relaxed and aware, even when I'm full of anxiety, what am I then? An anxious Buddha? Why not? You have an angry Buddha, you have a sexy Buddha. Why not have an anxious Buddha? Why not? Because Buddhas are good. So you think anxiety is bad. Yeah, I don't like to be anxious. Oh, you don't like to be anxious. Maybe the Buddha likes to be anxious. What, you mean to worry? Yeah, maybe you have depressed Buddha. No, you can't have a depressed Buddha because that would be bad. Oh, depression is bad and happiness is good. So, well, happy, hopeful Buddhas. Positive. Haha, hello everyone. No, why? Now you have a polarity. You have manic happiness and you have sad depression. I'd rather be manic than depressed. Bipolar disorder, people always say that, better to be manic. Usually it costs you a lot more trouble, but anyways, better than being depressed. These are polarities. If you stay present with the anxiety, it will vanish. The wrathful Buddha isn't angry all the time. It's not that there is some person who is angry. This is a manifestation of energy. So you have 21 forms of Tara. Tara can be peaceful, she can be encouraging, she can be a bit annoyed, she can be very angry. This is you. Padmasambhava has 8 main manifestations. Sometimes like a monk, sometimes like a lover, sometimes very fierce. This is you. However you are is the manifestation of the ground. So if you enter into judgment and you say, I'd like to be a Buddha, but this bit of me is not quite right, then you need to get a kind of Buddhist plastic surgery, a bit of Botox and get your boobs lifted and now you're proper dancing dakini. This is not the path of Dzogchen. It is as it is, but it's not right. According to what criteria? So this is the thing you have to return to again and again. What are the criteria I use for evaluation? Oh, the Buddha is kind, the Buddha is always good, the Buddha is like this. Who says? Who says? This is what you learn in primary school when you're 6 years of age, and then you feel very happy and nice. But you're no longer 6 years of age. Now you're grown up. Now you have to face the truth. In the higher tantras, we offer the Buddha. piss, urine. We offer feces, shit. We offer blood. Why do we do that? Because shit is also good for the Buddha. Why? Because the Buddha has equanimity. Equanimity. Egal. It's equal. It's the same. No, no, no. But chocolate would be better than shit. For whom? For whom? The reason that Dharma says these things is like to give you a slap and say, wake up. Now you're stuck inside your little framework of interpretation. I know what is what. Chocolate is good and shit is bad. I know this is true. This is true. It depends. It depends. Now there are people who go to Africa and pursue these poor people in the Nambian desert in order to be able to eat their shit, because they find that in their shit they have this whole range of healthy bacteria, which our bowels no longer have. So certainly shit eating may well become very, very popular for the future. No, but shit is bad. Maybe, according to a frame of reference. In India, the dogs eat shit. I lived in Goa for a while in India, and the toilet there was made of bamboo up on stilts, and you climb the little bamboo steps, and then you shit going down, and downstairs there's a pig with an open mouth, and your shit goes straight in the pig's mouth. So the pig's not saying, I prefer chocolate. The pig's saying, hey, this is not bad, not bad. So, judgment, ideas, positions, good, bad, right, wrong, high, low, dharma, not dharma, holy, not holy. This is the operation of the mind under the power of duality. It's not saying that you should eat shit. It's not saying that you should get to a state where you don't know the difference between shit and chocolate. They are different. It's saying that they are both empty, and the emptiness is the quality of the ground, which manifests as these different qualities. This is chocolate, this is shit. Both are empty. The fact that you like chocolate doesn't make chocolate real, and you don't like shit, it doesn't make it unreal. Both are illusion, but illusion has qualities. Illusion has qualities. So, in terms of the result, this is why the Buddha manifests in these different ways, because different people respond to different things. So if you're following the path of Tantra, you finish your Nundro, and then you have a Yidam practice. Sometimes the Yidam is standard for the lineage, Demchok or whatever, but very often the teacher says, which deity are you drawn towards? What is speaking to you? Because it could be some particular deity that's not even in your guru's lineage, but you say, oh, then you have to go and see this Lama and get that initiation, because if that is your Yidam, if that is the form of the divine which is resonating with you, then it's very important to do that, because then it's a love marriage rather than a kind of arranged marriage, because you have to feel longing and desire and admiration for the deity. So that has to do with the qualities of emptiness. You can't say that Chenrezi is better than Tara or Tara is better than Dorji Pamo. It's not a competition. But it may be that Dorji Pamo is better for you than Tara, that you have a kind of fit. It is relational, it is vibratory. There are many, many Dharma groups, there are many Dharma teachers. People travel around, they try a bit of yoga, they try a bit of this, and sometimes eventually they find a setting of people, whatever, where they feel at home. It's their Sangha. They have a sense of belonging. This rings true for a while. Then teacher dies, Sangha falls apart, some new permutation occurs. This is energy. The result is the three kayas. So the three kaya is the Dharmakaya, which is the mind of the Buddha, which is bright Rigpa awareness, inseparable from space. Then the Sambhogakaya is the aesthetically sensitive responsivity of the qualities of the field. In the field, there is shit, there is chocolate. I imagine that Chenrezig is drawn to the chocolate, and Dorji Trollo is quite happy with the shit. It depends how you are, what you resonate with. Neither is true. Neither has intrinsic reality. There is no intrinsic reality in anything. It is vibration. It's harmony. It's like empathic attunement. So the Sambhogakaya, as it manifests for you, will manifest with your particular aesthetic sensibility. Some people are drawn to being monks or nuns. Some people are drawn into very sexualized existence or very lazy existence or very scholarly existence. It doesn't matter as long as it is grounded in the ground. It's open and empty. If it's egoic, if it's like a boomerang that you do the activity to get the reward, you do something to get the reward, if it's all about me, then it becomes demonic. If it's all about you, it becomes a little bit too sacrificial. In Dharma, it's non-dual. It's neither all about you nor all about me. It's the interplay, the movement which is occurring. So from the Sambhogakaya arises the Nirmanakaya. Nirmanakaya means like a magical apparition. It appears. So your body is a magical apparition. It arises as sensation. It arises as different ways of responding. Your body is unpredictable. Suddenly you find that you don't want to eat any more kale. You don't want to eat any more kohlrabi. You only want to eat broccoli. So you eat broccoli every day for a week and then, oh, no more broccoli. Now I eat carrots instead. Like that, the mind is moving across with these different things. We arise as illusion. That is to say, you don't take yourself too seriously. If you take yourself seriously, then you kind of beat yourself into this density of this is who I am, this is what I'm like, and this is how I should behave. When people are traditionally in Tibet, because many of the teachers of Dzogchen were, considered to be quite high lamas and everybody would be very nice to them, one of the things that many of these lamas would do was to start to be very unpleasant. They would insult other people and then people wouldn't like them. And then that would be like a holiday from everybody saying, Rinpoche, Rinpoche, oh, Rinpoche, Rinpoche. Then they say, oh, fuck, we don't like Rinpoche anymore. Oh, thank God for that. Leave me alone. Because then you have the experience, people don't like me. If somebody likes you all the time, it's not very nice. It's too idealizing, it's ridiculous. So you want to have some salt and some pepper and some mustard and some chili. You want to have different flavors. So we are lucky, we are ordinary people. So we have people who don't like us too much. Says, oh, you don't like me. What does that mean? It means you don't like me. Oh, what does it mean? It means you don't like me. You don't like me. Okay, you don't like me. Doesn't mean I'm bad. Doesn't mean you're bad. Just means doesn't meet. Doesn't meet. You do like me. Oh, for a while is impermanent. You like me for a while. I love you for today. So this is activity, moving as the result, not consolidating, not building up an empire. The function, remember, is connectivity. So you have these three things, the open dimension, like I'm saying, the face, then the complexion, and then the energy. That's the Dzogchen way of talking about these three kayas. So you have the openness of the Dharmakaya, the radiance of the Sambhogakaya, and the connectivity of the Nirmanakaya. Now, you cannot connect with a diversity of people if you insist on being yourself. If you want to relate to other people, you have to be an availability. So who am I? I am how I am with you. So instead of the who taking you into some fixed definition, the how takes us into the co-emergence. The Nirmanakaya is co-emergent. So when you read the texts, like for example, you can read the Simply Being book, it describes how the Nirmanakaya can also operate in terms of making a bridge over the river if there is no bridge, or it can manifest as a tree in the desert if somebody needs shade. It means energy manifests according to the need, which means if you track it back, that because the Dharmakaya is not fixed, is not a thing, it has no kind of home base. It has no core identity. This is who I am, and this is what I'm like, and this is how I'm going to be. This openness opens the potential of the field of display. So ungraspably open and empty is inseparable from ungraspably open and full, our potential. So we can be friendly or not so friendly. We can be joking and laughing or very serious. We have myriad forms. So that's like the Sambhogakaya radiating out. And then we have this precise form with this person in this situation. That is the Nirmanakaya. When you say, oh, the Nirmanakaya is the Lama, and this is the Lama's name, and they have a throne in the monastery, and they are like this, and they grew up in Tibet, and they're like this. This is nonsense. This is not the Nirmanakaya. This is a story. The Nirmanakaya is moment by moment manifestation fresh from the ground. It is ungraspable. And you also can manifest in this Nirmanakaya mode. And the way to do that is not to consolidate yourself, not to come to an opinion about yourself, not to define yourself, and not to let other people define you. In Britain, anyway, we become more and more aware of the amount of domestic abuse, of the way so many men need to control women and define them and tell them who they are and so on. And now there's a great feminist battle to get men to allow women to be the way they are. Women have always been the way they are, but that it's okay. And how you are maybe makes me unhappy. Why would I believe you are on this earth in order to make me happy? Maybe the fact that you make me unhappy is also good, because now I taste unhappiness. Thank you, my dear. You make me feel like shit. This is wonderful. Wonderful. Bitter love, like bitter chocolate. So then you can, then you really see directly, not to control the other allows you to manifest in different forms. Because if you are the boss, if you are the patriarch, if you are in charge, you control the other people, so they never can alter you. You change them, but they never change you. So this is a monologic movement. And this is not the Dharmakaya, it's not the Sambhogakaya, it's not the Nirmanakaya. It's a fucking ego. It's just the ego. Patriarchy is the ego territory. It has no virtuous quality at all. What we need is co-emergence, in which there is mutual respect and both parties are plastic. Because the danger is if you say the plastic is weak and in the service of the strong and the firm, then you have a nightmare. This is like what they have in America now. This is a nightmare. Mr. Trump says, I want to meet directly to debate with Joe Biden because he is an arsehole and I'm going to show everyone he's just a pussy. Really? Really? He's a bully. He's a monstrous bully. He's an insecure bully. It's horrible. There's nothing virtuous in that at all. It's separative and destructive. It doesn't bring in any ethics or morality or justice or virtue or love or rest. It's full of hatred and bile. So when we're thinking about the result, is we have to observe, we also could get lost in that way. The ego trace is present in all of us. So again and again, when we do the practice, we are releasing the habit formations that would take us into being a fixed ego. And each time you see this dissolving, say, oh, I could pull it back and say, this is me, or I can let it go. I can let it go. Till you don't know who you are. This is not madness. You don't know who you are, and you don't need to know who you are, because you become who it's necessary to be in this situation. If you were working in a kindergarten, and these little 3-year-old, 4-year-old kids are coming, in the beginning of the day, you have not one idea how it's going to be. You know that they need to get some milk or orange juice at 11 o'clock. That's all you know. What they're going to do, you don't know. They're running around, they've got emotions and this and that. Some crisis, someone falls over. You have no idea. You are in the service of these young people. You are there to be available and responsible and plastic. This is like a kind of ordinary example of the Nirmanakaya. You're not in charge. You're working with, you are supporting these young people to find their own way to express themselves without harming other children. So this is the quality of the result. Not to be in charge, not to be in control, but to be available, to be with every situation we meet, so that it's not one dominating the other, but together, joined together, we co-create and co-elaborate our situation. So now we are almost at our time. This is a very brief overview of our path in Dzogchen, and hopefully it's useful and you can apply it in your life. And maybe in future we actually meet together in person. Sometimes life is very hard. We don't know what the future with this virus is going to be. There's a lot of loneliness around, a lot of sadness. No doubt many more people will die and get confused. Many people's businesses will collapse. People who were rich a year ago could become very poor. We have no idea what the future will be. Therefore, taking refuge in the outer forms of the world is shown by the virus to be unwise. If you want to find the true refuge, take refuge in Buddha Dharma Sangha, then in the Guru Deva Dakini, and then Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, Nirmanakaya. The most important thing is to take refuge in your own unborn awareness. Garab Dorji's first point, find your awareness. There are many descriptions of it. The only way to find it is in yourself. And when that's clear, everything becomes clear. And that will be the best way of surviving whatever difficulties come with climate change. And, you know, for you poor Germans, the loss of Britain via Brexit, this is a tragedy. You will be weeping and crying. This is our life. Not too serious. So pleasure to spend some time with you, and perhaps we meet again. So bye-bye.
Okay, so James has already left us. We talked a lot about illusion, and now by virtual background, I'm going to Tibet House. So I would like to thank James for this precious and dense teaching, and he gave us a lot to practice about the Dzogchen view and the Dzogchen practice. So thank you for having this intense time together. And yesterday you told it's more exhausting teaching via Zoom. I didn't have the impression, so it was very vivid and lively, and like I know you from the live teachings. So thank you very much for being with us and sharing with us this dense view and practice. And I hope next year we will see us in Tibet House again. So it's almost a tradition to have James in October in Tibet House, and I hope the virus will vanish soon, and it is possible to get into contact again personally. And also want to thank the audience for being with us and sharing this teaching via Zoom. This is also important for the functioning of the Tibet House to stay together, even if it's only in a virtual manner. And the teaching is recorded. And if you like, you can have the link to the recording, and it will be provided by the Tibet House. Either you get an email or you get a link. But Marco has recorded it. And thank you, Marco, for hosting this wonderful session and doing the technical support. And yeah, stay healthy, and I hope we will meet again soon. So thank you for us all.